Hello, friends. If you are watching this when this is not live, be sure to check the description or the pinned comment so you can skip ahead to the main content. In the meantime, we're going to hang out in the waiting room, so I will see you soon. Oh, I forgot my mic is on. I'm laughing at chat, by the way. Hello, friends. Welcome to Coding Garden. Welcome to Listed Sprint Week. So this week we have 3 back-to-back live streams where I'm going to be working on Listed with the goal of deploying it on Wednesday. So today is day 1. Today is all about maintenance and planning. And let me tell you a little bit about Listed if you have not heard of it. So the app's on GitHub. It's fully open source, github.com/codinggarden/listed. And it is an app that will allow users to create, share, and watch lists of YouTube channels. Now, it's fully open source, and we have had over 24 contributions to the repo. And it is built with SvelteKit, Auth.js. It has a Postgres database and a Redis database. We're using Tailwind and Skeleton UI. We're using TypeSafe I18N for internationalization, though we might need to swap that out for another library. Zod for validations, Luxon for dates, the YouTube API to get all of the metadata and such, various code quality and testing tools as well. But a quick preview of the app. You can, for example, make a list of YouTube channels. So let's say you like Linus Tech Tips. They have a lot of channels. Some you might not have heard of either. So they have the LMG Clips, TechLink, Short Circuit, LTT Game Nerf, LTT Nerf War, LTT Films. Wait, is this the same? Maybe this is wrong. I don't know if this is the same thing. And Linus Tech Tips. But the idea is you can take all of those channels, put them into a list, and now you get a feed of videos that are only from those channels. I think LTT Nerf War is a different channel entirely. I don't know why that popped up in my search. Let me show you a better example. For example, things like Silent Asia. So I like to watch videos on YouTube of people in Asia doing various things, like going to places that are and where they're making food or traveling on a train or just going to like a theme park and just like walking around. But they typically don't talk in these kinds of videos. And so these are some of the channels I follow that do that. And so these videos are from those channels that I added to this list. So if I'm ever in the mood to watch some Silent Asia videos, I can hop over here, and this is videos just from those channels. Another example is like the Safety Third universe. So if you watch like William Osmond, Backyard Scientist, Niall Red or Alan Pan, or the Safety Third podcast, all of their videos are now in a single feed. So there's that. And then also you could do things like JavaScript. So we have a bunch of JavaScript channels. And yeah, so we have a bunch of JavaScript channels, and now here's a feed that has all those channels in it. So you get the idea. You're creating lists of channels, and then you get a feed with only those channels in it. Now, to me, this is useful because we can't do something like this on YouTube, right? On YouTube, you can create a playlist of videos, but you can't create a playlist of channels, right? Because sometimes I'm in the mood for a specific type of thing. As you can see, I watch a lot of different stuff on YouTube. I watch like funny science videos, Silent Asia, also like makers. I like to watch people build things and make things on YouTube. And it's not always useful to see all of that in a single feed. Sometimes I'm in the mood for a specific type of content. Another thing is I like Good Mythical Morning. So for instance, I have a list called the GMM Universe, and it has Good Mythical Morning, Good Mythical More, Rhett and Link, The Mythical Kitchen, Hot Dog is a Sandwich podcast, Ear Biscuits podcast, all of that now in a single feed. So this is the app that we've been building. We've been working on it for a while. If you check YouTube, we have a playlist with all the links you could ever want to know more about all this stuff. And it's been built entirely on stream. So if you follow from the beginning, you can see us build this from the beginning. So if you go here, this has all of the code over on GitHub. If you go to cdg.sh/listed devlogs, for a while I was trying to summarize the work that we did in each of the live streams. So these are sometimes at most 20 minutes, sometimes just a really long one, like a 40-minute video, but these are me summarizing what we did in the longer 2 or 3 hour live streams. And I stopped making them because they're really hard to do, and I'm really exhausted by the end of stream. So it doesn't have all of them, but if you want to watch all of the live streams, you can actually go to the listed series playlist, and this has all of the live streams, every single one. There's a lot of them. And you can see the last time we worked on this was 4 months ago. But we're here. We're back. We're going to get things done. We're going to get these done. It's a crime that the playlist is not called playlists? What do you mean by that? And Vedith, thank you for the prime. And it's not DG. Welcome in. I have to go get... After I do all this whole intro, I need to go get some water. I forgot to bring water to my desk. Back from the ashes. Yeah, the other thing is, I mean, if you tuned in, you know that it got very cumbersome over time because we actually spent a lot of time trying to make sure the code base was somewhat production ready. We spent several streams working on end-to-end tests. We have the whole thing Dockerized. We spent several streams making sure we had a really good ESLint config and a really good TypeScript config and a really good editor experience. We spent a lot of time not just working on features, but really trying to make this like a robust code base. And it got really old doing that. Like showing up to see me fight with configs was not fun for a lot of people, which is why we haven't touched it in 4 months. 4 months. But this week, we're going to do everything we can to work on it. It is not in production. That's the goal of this week. So this week, if you check out the schedule, we're going to be working on it today, tomorrow, and on Wednesday. And the goal is to deploy on Wednesday. That's the goal. I don't know if we're going to do it. We're going to try our best because there actually is a lot that we need to do. No, we just started. I'm going to catch up on chat too. I see a lot of your messages. But the goal is stream today, get things set up and prioritized, stream tomorrow, work on things, including some pairing. So tomorrow, I will potentially pair with a noob on some features and also potentially pair with a more experienced Svelte developer on some features. And then Wednesday is just stay live until the thing is actually deployed. That's the plan. That's the plan for this week. First up today, we're going to be updating dependencies and fixing breaking changes. All right, so since we haven't touched this in 4 months, our dependencies are outdated. You can see there are 9 vulnerabilities in our dependencies. We need to update them. Some of these might actually have breaking changes, which we're going to need to fix. But I want to make sure that we have up-to-date dependencies before we move on from there. What do you got, SQL Gorster? All the chat commands? Nice. Nice. So yeah, we're going to update dependencies, and then we're going to plan, categorize, and prioritize. So the things that we want to do are all over the place. And Andrew Lane, thank you for the sub, for the Prime, 31 months. That's awesome. There's a lot of things we need to do that are like in this markdown file, and then also we have some issues on GitHub. I want to consolidate them into a single place and then prioritize them. Really just talk about what is the minimum stuff that needs to be done before we can deploy, before we can say that this is like fully feature complete. And then hopefully we'll at least have some time to work on some features today as well. Yeah, and I did see your comment, Veeb. Deploying to Vercel is a 10-minute task. Figuring out where to deploy our database, making sure that Vercel can talk to that is not a 10-minute task. Also, figuring out where we deploy our Redis database, it's not a 10-minute task. Also, we need to revamp the architecture because we need some kind of message queuing system if we want this thing to be usable by multiple people, and that is not a 10-minute task. So we have our work cut out for us. I do not plan on using Kubernetes. No, I do not. Okay, so that's the rundown. I see a lot of new people here. If you are new and you have not watched the listed streams before, I encourage you to go check out the playlist on YouTube. Also, just hang out, ask questions. I'll do my best to answer them. But if you ask, I'm not even going to say it because then people are going to troll. You know, just do your homework. It's much work for me to answer your questions. If you're going to answer a question that you want me to, if you're going to ask a question that you want me to answer, at least put the work in and try to get the answer yourself before putting it in the chat. Okay. I saw a few messages. Let me just catch up, and then we'll get into this. And BJ Sebastian, thank you for the 25 months. Yeah, glad to see me back. I'm where have you been? I've been, what do you mean? I'm here on Twitch. I've been on Twitch. Okay. We make a promise to not update any package if it's not broken. No, we got to spend the time doing it. We always do when we haven't worked on it for a while. We have to. Because I especially I do not like seeing the vulnerable packages here. And if there has been a push to one of our dependencies that has a breaking change, we need to update now, because if we don't update now, we probably never will. So now's the time. Now is the time. Yeah, no worries, BJ Sebastian. I'm glad you're here, and I appreciate the resub. I don't know why I responded like that. Honestly, I think it's because I need some water, and because I see messages in the chat that are easily answered, and I don't know why I'm perturbed by that today. Maybe it's because I'm lacking sleep. Let's call it that. I'm lacking sleep, and I apologize. And thank you, SMC May I, who says thanks for what you do. I appreciate you. Yes. Hey, Florin, welcome in. Good to see you. I saw a few other messages as well. Let me make sure I see them. Oh, thank you, Coffee Nomad. Good to see you. Thanks for being here. Tailwind or Skeleton? Both. So Skeleton UI is a Tailwind-based UI component library. Yeah, it's both. There are a few other channels for Linus. Let's fix this list. So we do have the edit feature, so we can go in and we can remove these things that are not actually LTT. And then you're completely right. There's a channel called Tech Quickie. There it is. And then MAC address is their Mac focused channel. And then was there any other one? Yeah. Make It Pies is saying, would it be easier to make a mobile app that will be using YouTube API directly than going through your server? The YouTube API can be costly and they can terminate anytime. Let me see if I can understand your question. And Oxneo, thank you for the Prime. Sorry, I missed that. So the idea of having my own server is especially required for this because we're doing a lot of caching. So you'll notice that so I've added a couple of channels. In order to update this list, we only are reaching out to the YouTube API and grabbing channels for MAC addressed and TechWiki. All of the other videos of video metadata has already been cached. And if we were calling the API directly, that would be a lot more requests, especially if the app is being used by multiple people. So basically, anyone using the app calls our API. Our API caches responses from the YouTube API to reduce the amount of requests that we're making to their API. And yeah, I'll talk a bit more about that, because right now the other aspect of this is if one single channel is in multiple lists, it's being served from the cache as well. So for instance, this JS channels list has Web Dev Simplified and like Traversy Media. And if we go over to this JavaScript list that has both of those channels as well, all of the metadata is already cached. We didn't even have to hit the YouTube API for that. So you can imagine you have 100 people, they all have multiple lists, all with similar YouTube channels in them. As long as we're serving back cached info, we're not hitting the YouTube API as much. Notifications for when a video is published. I don't think we're going to be doing anything like that. We'll eventually talk about like MVP, like what's the minimum required thing we need to do to get this stuff working. But yeah, we do need icons. That will be on the list. Yes, it will. Oh, playlisted. I see. Yeah. So it's not deployed. We hope to deploy today. Yeah. Oh, thank you, Veritatis. You're watching my Godot video. What do you mean? When I was making a 3D game with Godot, my character was literally embedded in the floor, and it took me like 30 minutes to debug why the character wouldn't move. Yeah. Is this what triaging is? Yeah, ultimately, like, I guess we're treating this like the business has come to us, and thank you, BGNYC. Thank you for that resub. The business has come to us, and they're like, we need to deploy by Wednesday. Like, we have I don't know, for whatever reason, the business is like, hey, deploy by Wednesday. And so we're going to do everything we can to deploy by Wednesday, including skipping tests on things that we don't have time to write tests for. Yeah. We've used Dependabot before to manage dependencies, but ultimately I'm more worried about fixing the breaking changes, because Dependabot isn't going to update for breaking changes. Yeah, eventually we're going to add monetization, but not for launch. Launch, I guess the way to think about this as well, launch is also like acquiring a user base. People will start using our app. We might think about some initial limitations we put in, like you can't have more than, let's say, like 5 lists, at least initially. Something like that. I don't know if they provide Redis. Well, I'll have to look into that. Yeah, there are no notifications at all inside of LISTD. All right, I'm 5 minutes behind on chat. I still need water. Let me catch up on chat, and then I'm gonna go get some water. I think I didn't answer this one. Soon. Oh, thank you, BJ Sebastian. I believe that you really want to get this done and over with, and simple questions risk delaying beyond the next 5 days, the next 3 days. Yes. Ultimately, I have to settle in. I got to settle into a groove of like working and getting things done, and also getting used to the fact that people are going to come in and have no idea what I'm working on, and they're going to ask simple questions that potentially derail me. But we're going to make probably effective use of focus mode, and I'm going to do my best to stay on track. And also stay positive. I think that's the other aspect of why I stopped working on LISTD, is because I wasn't having fun, and people also weren't having fun watching me. And it's also kind of the reason that my viewership dropped quite a bit since then. But yeah. And thank you all for that hype train. I appreciate you. Oh, thank you, Faceless Voice. Welcome in. YouTube already knocked on my doors. The thing is, yeah, so I got audited by YouTube for my API usage, but not for this app. Just the this site. So Coding Garden /videos. Actually, you can see that it caches videos. After a second, it pops up, and then this has all of the videos from both Coding Garden Archive and the main Coding Garden channel. But they audited me and they're like, hey, you need to add a disclaimer about how you're using people's data and we need to be listed in your privacy policy and all this stuff. So at least I know how to deal with that now. So when we deploy this, that's some stuff I'm going to have to add as well. Are there legal implications of downloading YouTube API data and storing it for commercial purposes? You just have to disclose that. And we might have to, there might be something in their terms of service that says something about that, but yeah. You can cache all the things on your phone as well. You don't need a server. Sure. But let's say you have 10 users. All 10 users have the same channel in a list. That's 10, well, it's more than 10 requests to the API because you can only get a certain number of videos. But every user is now making those API requests, which hits your quota. If you have a server, all of those users ask the server makes the request once to YouTube API and serves up the cached data. So you have to think about multi-user. Like, how can we make sure that we're not using the API too much with multiple users using our app? Because whatever YouTube API key you create has a quota across all IP addresses and devices. It's not per device. Yeah, welcome in, Olanu. MBGNYC. I think I thanked you, but thanks again for that Prime. Yeah. No, you're right on time. The format is 3 days of working on listed with the goal of deploying on Wednesday. That's the goal. I have not seen that interview, no. Yeah, I mean, ultimately, I will accept PRs, but it's not easy to merge them because it takes time to review the code. That's time I potentially don't have. And I think ultimately, once I get this into a deployable state, it'll be easier to accept pull requests because the other aspect of it was because I was building this whole thing on stream, I wanted to also review the pull requests on stream. So there were times when I literally spent 2 hours on stream just reviewing pull requests. And that's not necessarily fun to watch either. So ultimately, once it's in production, I think it will be, and I'm not technically working on it on stream all the time, it will be easier to accept pull requests. Yes. For now, it's just YouTube, but we have architected the database and everything in a way that will allow for other services eventually. I think light mode works. Shield your eyes. It's gray. It looks fine. It's pretty ugly. Yeah. I'm not worried though. I mean, technically, it kind of just is the inverse of dark mode, but dark mode just looks so much better. Yeah. What's going on with the chat overlay? It disappears if I haven't looked at it for a while. Mainly, I don't like seeing stale chat comments when I'm working on other things. Is there a feature to propose a change to someone's list? For example, someone creates a list, but I feel like there's a channel missing. Am I able to make a proposal to add or remove a channel? Hold on to that thought. That would be great, right? I think initially we probably will just allow forking of a list, right? So basically take someone else's list and then copy it to your own profile so that you can edit it from there. That's going to be, I think that's MVP. I feel like we could implement that between now and Wednesday. But the idea of like change requests and then approvals and then permissions and then like collaborators, that's probably too complex for the next 3 days. But simple forking of a list, I think we can do that. Oh no, they do. As far as I'm concerned, as far as I know about the YouTube API, you have to use your API key. That's the other thing, is you would need to embed that API key in the mobile app, because you can't call the YouTube API to get metadata about stuffs without a YouTube API key, and that same API key would need to be used on each mobile device. Like, it's actually against, I do believe it's against YouTube's terms to allow people to input their own API key, but also you wouldn't want that kind of user experience. Yeah. But to make an app like this, they would need the YouTube APIs. There's no way to build this without talking to the YouTube APIs. I prefer SvelteKit over Next.js. Probably. Yes, I do. It's now pulling all bits of a channel or a certain amount. I can imagine users not always needing the whole history. It is pulling all videos, and the reason we're doing that is we will eventually have different sorting options. Right now, they're sorted from newest to oldest. But imagine this. Let's say I'm in the mood to watch some Silent Asia, and I want a really good video. I want a banger. I want to sort this list by most views. You cannot do that with the YouTube API directly. So there's no way from the YouTube API to say, given these 5 channel IDs, give me back their videos sorted by most views. It would require multiple API requests. It would be really cumbersome. So the reason I'm caching all of the videos is now it's really easy to sort these by view count across multiple channels. It's like almost instant because I have all of that metadata cached. And so you could do things like sort by most popular, sort by most likes, sort longest to shortest. Those kinds of things would be very hard to do with like multiple API requests to YouTube. So that's why I'm caching all the videos so we can more easily add those kinds of sorting and filtering internally. I don't have any plans for another project right now, but yeah, and welcome in, Pablo. I don't know if you responded on Discord or not, but I'll check in a second. Yeah, go for it, Make It Pies. But I have a feeling we're talking about 2 different things. Because yes, you can call the YouTube APIs directly within a mobile app, but again, it has to use your API key. And then if 5 or 10 people install it, they're all using your same API key, which is hitting your quota. That's plain and simple. Unless you're thinking of something else, I don't know. Yeah, we're working on SvelteKit. You had such a big break, I had time to learn Svelte. I actually started learning because of that project. Nice, Itakito. Good to hear it. Yeah. Yes, that is one of the things we're going to work on polish. You know, we need icons. We need it to looking better. Yeah, basically we just need these lists should be stored in GitHub, and then you can have pull requests and collaborators. Honestly, that's not a horrible idea. It would be interesting to integrate though. Yeah, random sorting could be cool as well, right? So like basically like an I'm feeling lucky button. So you go to your list, you're like, I'm feeling lucky, and now we can pick across all videos, all time, across all these channels instantly, like in milliseconds without hitting the YouTube API again, which is why I have all of those, the metadata for all of those videos. All right, let's check it out. So I'm not sure what you linked, Make It Pies, but this allows you to set a source of YouTube, and then what happens from there? I don't have time to look into it, but if you can link me some specific code of what you're talking about, I'll take a look. Right now, the metadata is cached for 24 hours, but this is a potential other feature we want to add where the users can request the list cache be updated. Because right now, after 24 hours, we re-request all of the metadata for the videos. So currently, things like like count, view count are static for 24 hours. But another thing we could implement is when someone goes to watch a video, we update the metadata for that one specific video, because that's easy enough to make an API call there. And then like as users are clicking on videos, we update metadata if it hasn't been updated in like 5-10 minutes or something like that, and that'll allow us to get a slightly more accurate view and like count. All right, I need to go grab some water. I'll see you all very soon. When we come back, we're gonna jump right in. We're just gonna start updating dependencies. That's the first task for when I get back. But I'll be right back. Hello, I'm back, and I'm ready to work on listed. If you don't know what listed is, raise your hand. I'll tell you what it is one more time. And also, I'll try to be nicer. I don't know why I'm in such a bad mood. I gotta take a step back, take a deep breath. Hello, hello. One of the first things we're gonna do is we're gonna update dependencies for listed. And honestly, while that's happening, I can well, welcome in, Fob. I can tell you what listed is if you don't know what it is. All right. First up, we are going to upgrade our dependencies. I'm going to check out a branch. We'll call this upgrade dependencies. And we'll put today's date because I probably have another branch that has that on it. Yeah, Bajosi. Now imagine 20 people all asking at the same time. So this project, I mean, we started this project probably almost over a year ago, I think. Yeah. Yeah, that's what it is. That's what listed is. Okay. Does anyone know what is there's a couple of commands for interactively upgrading dependencies. So I used to do npm check upgrade or npx check or npx upgrade ncu. npm check updates is the one that I have used. I think we tried ncu last time. npm check updates. Yeah, we'll do this one. It is interactive. Okay, so we can just do. Oh no, is this the one that we do normally? I feel like there's another one. npm. What's the word? Interactive package upgrade. Okay, is it npm upgrade the one that we've used in the past? I think this is the one that we used in the past, but people suggested that we should use this one. So I think if we do npx npm check upgrades, it's going to show us which packages are outdated and also tell us whether they are bug fixes, feature additions, or breaking changes. So that's what we will do, and we're going to go into focus mode. Here we go. Great. Everything in red is a potential breaking change. Everything not in red should be fine. Deep breath, everyone. Deep breath. Now, we're going to go one at a time. So we've talked about, yeah, I think we'll do it with -i to interactively show us each one of them. In the past, we've like focused our efforts, right? Like just do a only upgrade the auth related packages and then fix their breaking changes. But I think honestly we have enough tests and enough like type checking errors and stuff like that. We're just going to update everything and we're going to fix everything all in one go because we're on a time crunch. So here we go. Here goes nothing. I guess if I do -u, does it automatically just add everything? Yeah, so interactive, now I can actually like navigate. And then spacebar will like enable or disable a specific upgrade. Doesn't matter. We're just gonna update everything. So this will update our package.json to be the latest version. And then we're just gonna fix all the breaking changes. What's the worst that could happen? This is the worst that could happen. All right. Conflicting peer dependency. Let's see. So SvelteJS adapter auto, but we updated to version 3. But then SvelteKit 2.5 isn't compatible with version 3? Maybe because we were updating it all at once. No. Okay, let's try to read this better. Found adapter 2.1 while resolving found adapter and then 3.1 from the root. Could not resolve dependency 3.1. SvelteKit 2.5 and then SvelteJS adapter auto. Okay, is this a breaking change in SvelteKit that I don't know about? Like, is adapter auto just like not a thing anymore? Let's see. I'm just curious, like, am I using it wrong? So I installed version 3.1. Kit. What's the peer dependency here? Greater than 2 for. Okay, this is a peer dependency of 2 greater than 2 for adapter auto. We were already on SvelteKit version 2. No, we weren't. We were on SvelteKit 1. Okay, this was a huge upgrade then. All right. Thank you, Pranyan, for the link. I didn't realize we were only on SvelteKit. How are we only on SvelteKit 1? Okay, good call. Thank you. Okay. So here's what we're gonna do. It was in December, and we haven't worked on this in 4 months, so that's good to know. I'm gonna stash these changes. So get rid of the updates that were made to the package JSON. Reinstall the previous dependencies. Good. So no errors here, and then we'll use Svelte migrate. And then update the dependencies from there. Do I need to do like npx Svelte migrate? Migrating, I mean, we're already in here. Okay, use this to migrate some of these changes automatically. Let's do it. This will update files in the current directory. If you're inside a monorepo, run this in individual project directories rather than the workspace root. Let's go. Which folders should be migrated? Source. The source directory, I think, is the only thing that has like SvelteKit codes in it. Pretty sure. Like, we have other stuffs, but they're not SvelteKit specific, so that should be fine. Source. Let's go. Recommended next step. Run npm install. Same error as we got earlier. Review the migration guide. All right, I just got to fix this error. It has something to do like wait. Is it that adapter auto didn't get updated? Adapter auto 3.0.0. I'm okay with removing the package lock. Let's see. And so Pablo is mentioning if we do force. I don't think I even understand what's happening with this error. So couldn't resolve dependency from the root project. Why not? We have version 3 installed. Is there any other like weird version installed? Okay. Conflicting peer dependency. Adapter 3.1.1. Found adapter 2.1. But why? You don't need adapter auto if you're using adapter node. We're using both. So adapter node is specifically for build. Auto is like when we're in dev or something like that. Well, we have, so the other thing is we have, what do you call this? Caret 3.0.0, which very likely means we have 3.1.1. So this just means at least at minimum 3. These other two can be higher versions. Yeah, what version of Node are we in? Version 20. All right, we'll do force. Fix the upstream dependency conflict or retry this command with force. Oh, no, I don't know. Why did I do node I? npm I. Razorson, thank you for the resub. Here we go. Okay. So that did a force, and yeah, and now I need to upgrade auth because it's probably not compatible with what we have. Okay, cool, I guess. let's go for the interactive upgrade again. Here we go. Because you'll see this is going to upgrade these dependencies, which I'm guessing are required to be compatible with version 2. Oh, everyone, someone mentioned it, and they were completely right. We need version, for whatever reason, it only installed version 3. Well, no, I think it's just updating our package to show the latest version number. Okay. I think we're good. Yeah, so the dependency is installed. Now, if I do a type check, I think we have a type check command. Yeah, so if I do a type check, my guess is things are going to be broken. Things are broken. Let's fix these type errors and then go from there. It looks like the type errors actually have to do with Auth.js like they always do. We fixed this issue like 3 different times. Like they keep flip-flopping. But that's okay. Let's fix it. So ultimately, we are using this library called Auth.js. So this is from the same team that brought us NextAuth, the auth library for Next.js. But this is an attempt to make the code more generic so that it can work with other libraries like SolidStart and SvelteKit. It is still experimental. I don't even think it's in alpha. Like, it's still experimental. And we've been using it since they released it. But one of the things we want to do is override their types. Because, for example, when we're setting the user object on the session variable, we want to add some custom properties, like settings. And we want the types to work throughout. So if I'm accessing the user, I want to get access to that settings object. And we do that by overriding the internal types of Auth.js. And do we do that in here? We do. You can see that we're importing these types from auth core and then overriding them to add like the settings property. Now, it's been broken multiple times where we had to specify like this deeply nested route. But maybe they fixed it. And I can just do that now. And Brilvio, thank you for the prime. I think that's better. But it looks like there might have been some breaking changes in the library that needs to be added to our user type, because it's looking for email verified. Thank you, Andrew. So property email verified is missing in type, but required in type adapter user. So let's see. Email verified? Right here. It looks like it wants email verified. Oh, when was the email verified? It's declared on adapter user. Okay. I don't want to specify that property. Like I'm not even I don't think we have email verification. Let's go look at the Auth.js docs to see if they've done anything interesting with email verified. Because that was not there before. I guess I can do null. That's better. Okay. And then this is in hook server line 56. What's going on here? Okay, so we're creating user settings. Locale ID. Type of property user ID are incompatible. String or undefined is not assignable. Okay, so user ID, string or undefined. We overwrote. We should have overridden that type though. I think to make it so that ID is not undefined. Yeah, here we're saying ID is a string. Oh, but I think we need to override it here too. Say that this must be a string. It can't be undefined. It would never be undefined. Why would a user ID be undefined? Oh no, user ID. Message. Create user. Where's this type defined? This is an auth core. The user type is defined here. Maybe we're not overriding this user type anymore. Because I want to override this user type and say that the ID cannot be undefined. So back over here, we're importing user from auth core types. And the ads have started. All right, I'll pause for ads. And I'll catch up on the chat. I saw a few messages that came in as well. So yeah, first of all, thank you everyone that gave the links for upgrading. So hopefully we should be good there. I appreciate all that. We're not going to rip out our auth library. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's mainly the issue is there have been, I mean, it's in the name. It's experimental. Like we should expect breaking changes. And there have been multiple breaking changes. Like almost every time we upgrade this library, there's a breaking change. And we accepted that risk when we decided to go with it. I did think they would be further along. I mean, like I know it's hard work to rework a library and get it tested and make sure that it works everywhere. I get that, but we started using this almost a year ago, and it's still experimental. So yeah, and we are working on listed. We are, yeah. Yeah, I don't know where Oscar is. He shows up every now and then. Let's rebuild listed with Laravel. Maybe no. I don't want to do that. User.id. Well, yeah. I just want to make sure OG user is here. I may not be overriding this in the right way, but we're still in an ad break. 30 seconds left. All right. Welcome back, everyone. I want to make sure that I'm overriding the correct type here. So if I go to this definition, yeah, it's this. So we are overriding this, and basically I'm trying to override this to tell it that ID isn't optional. ID will be a string. And I was doing that here by saying ID is a string. Use X. Well, I want to avoid that. Like, yeah, because there's multiple ways to fix it, right? I mean, if we could fix the TypeScript error here, which is like, hey, this could be undefined, and then we can tell it, oh, it's not going to be undefined. I don't want to do that everywhere, though. I want the code to expect that ID cannot be undefined. For whatever reason, it's not overriding that type, though, right? Because if I go to this, it's the user type, and then this corresponds to this user type, but it's not using my overridden type here. Create user. Yeah, because basically this function gets called after the user has been added into the system, and we are creating their user settings in a separate table. But the issue is, once the user's been created here, this ID is not going to be undefined. I guess I'm not actually overriding the type. I think it is. Like, if I go back over to my thing here, like if I add banana, we should have access to banana in here. And if we don't, then that means the type override isn't working. So user dot banana. Yeah. Okay, maybe there's something about TypeScript I don't understand for overriding a type. Because look, we have access to banana, great, which means we're overriding the type. But for whatever reason, we have not overridden that property. It's keeping the the type of the original type instead of the overridden property. We can try asking Chat GPT. This just seems like a very nuanced thing. You can't. Oh, but I have overridden the type. You mean overriding an existing property? Maybe there's a different way to do that. So instead of extends, can we do something like type user equals OG user and then put that on it? So instead of extending it, we combine it and then maybe TypeScript will use these properties here. Extends omit. Oh, okay. That's the way to go then. I like that. Okay, so omit the ID property. And then we add our own ID property, which cannot be undefined. That's the way to go. This has to fix it. Has to. Has to. It didn't fix it. Let's try it that way that I just did it, though. Like, if we define it as a type, I'm just adding the banana property to make sure that, like, it's still flowing through on the other side. Yeah, that's a good call because I haven't restarted the TypeScript server at all. So let's at least do that and make sure that that's the issue. And if that's not the issue, I'm okay with just putting an exclamation mark here to say it won't be undefined. It doesn't work to override existing values. Okay. So we can only add properties? We can't change properties? Okay, so that's not working now. Like I think the main issue is like I have to declare it as an interface. And you know what I'm gonna do? I'm just going instead of extending, I'm just going to I'm gonna put all my own properties in here. Watch me, watch me. He's doing it. Also, who doesn't put semicolons in their type definitions? I guess semicolons are optional. It will not work. Come on. Let's see. Let's see if it will. First of all, I'm gonna restart the TypeScript server. I think in this case, because I'm completely overriding the type, it has to work. It has to work. It doesn't work. All right. Well, I'm gonna stop worrying about it and just tell it that it won't be undefined. Great. Great work, everyone. We did it. All right, back to this. Also, why did they define they define that type that way? So basically, when you override a type in the declare here, you're still merging with the type as it is defined in the module itself. Okay. Let's do another type check. Cannot find module next auth adapters or its corresponding type definitions. let's go to the Auth.js docs because they might have changed things. Prisma adapter. Adapter account, adapter session. So this is happening in our Prisma client. Let's see. Source lib prisma client.ts. And so we created a custom adapter that extends the existing Prisma adapter because what did we want to do? We wanted to include the settings object on the user. So just like we overrode the type so that in our code base we could access settings, but we also need to override how internally Auth.js gets the user. So here's where we're actually attaching that settings property. So we had to override all of these methods, but apparently these do not exist anymore. Next auth providers, Google. I forget. We actually need to go look and see how is the Prisma adapter actually defined in their code base to see how they import those things now. Packages. Core. Adapters. Next off, core / adapters. Is that? Maybe it's here now. Maybe it's yeah, they moved it. Okay. Great. Now, oh, this is actually a good sign. This means a type error that we weren't getting before is actually popping up because we installed this library, I think, last time when we were trying to get links working inside of Markdown. They posted Good Mythical Morning posted a new video. Nice. So where is this? Source routes list ID. Watch video. And we're pulling in anchor me. Yeah. So hopefully they have types. Let's look on npm. It just has types. Package has built-in TypeScript declarations. Nothing has changed. When in doubt, restart the TypeScript server. But this is happening from this type check error happens from the command line. So the TypeScript server is running fresh every time here. We can just TS ignore this, but yeah, I mean, I'm looking at the type. here's the type right here. Is this a new Svelte 2 thing that's messing up? But it's also erroring in our editor too. The declare keyword allows us to declare modules, but in our case, we're declaring a module and overriding an existing module. So to talk about basically what was happening there is these types, session and user, are defined inside of this library, but I want to change them. And I don't want to go in and change their code directly. So what I do is I declare this module, and now I can override those types with my own new properties. This was last published 8 months ago, so it's version 3.0.5, and I think that's the version that we're using. Yeah, so we're using 3.0.5. We could TS ignore it. I'll show you really quick our type check, what it is doing. It's doing npm run check, and then check is doing SvelteKit, svelte check ts config. But also, the error is happening in our editor too, so something's gone wrong. It could be that this library doesn't define their types in the right way. Yeah, what are you thinking, Pablo? Yeah, so exactly. So whenever I import that, not even the type, when I import that thing from the library, it's going to use my overridden type definitions. It gets merged with their type definitions. There's something wrong with my TS config? There's an open issue. Why does it all, why, I just never go to see if there's an issue. Under TypeScript, Node 16, module resolution, the package cannot be imported correctly. I see. All right, that means we are going to TS ignore it because we talked about before trying to convert. So if we look at our TS config, module resolution. Do we even have module resolution in here? Okay. I guess that does mean, can't we manually map the type? Like if I know where the type is in the node modules. I see what you're saying though. Here in SvelteKit, this TS config, which we're extending, has module resolution bundler. But let's see. So if I go in node modules and I find that type definition, can I just tell the TS config where to find it? So if we look at the anchor me package, dist node, there is a index.d.ts. Can I copy that path and then tell TypeScript where to get that type from? That's a thing, right? Is there like a is it resolve or include? There's a types thing, isn't there? Yeah, types. And then can I say like anchor me? I'll have to look up the syntax for this. Like this? Something like that? Let's go look and see how this is done with TypeScript. tsconfig option types. Oh, I think I can literally just do this. Is that real? That worked for you, Johnny? Well, I feel like it stopped working for me because when you define it as a type, it's no longer an interface. I don't know. This may not even be possible. We may just TS ignore it. Let's see. TypeScript config. Add it to the include. Maybe that's it. Well, no. The include is different, isn't it? TypeScript config specify where to find type definition or library. Am I messing with it in a .d.ts? No. This is where the type is defined, but I'm just importing it over here. So over here, I've imported it, and then it just can't find the type. Should we do type roots? That's an answer from 2017. Or I guess we can include them in. Let's try including it in files. All right, is files already set in the one that we're extending? It's not. No, it still doesn't like it. Extend paths? Oh. Add it to the include? Okay. It didn't work in files. Let's try it include. If it doesn't work in include, I don't know. I honestly don't know if paths make sense. And then I'll check fob's link. Yeah. Paths allows you to do an import, though. We're not really trying to specify the import type. I mean, maybe we are. What was this called? Anchor me. That fixed the error. But let's see. Yeah, and it knows about the type. That was the way to go. That was the way to go. Thank you to New Darkstar who mentioned you doing that. Let's take a look at what Fob sent us. Yeah, so I don't want to write my own type. I wanted to basically just tell it, when you import this, this is where you can find the type. Let's see if it worked, though. So at this point, we don't have any more type errors. Now we could just try starting it up and see what happens. I'm going to do an npm install one more time, and then also, I mean, we technically still have 5 vulnerabilities, and I kind of want to just do another check for updates to see if we missed anything. Yeah, so all of our packages are up to date. Let's try running it. Like this. I'm half expecting it to just blow up. It didn't blow up. That is amazing. Okay, let's see if our auth codes still work. There we go. Another account already exists with the same email address. I have a feeling we kind of just need to wipe out our database or something like that. Yeah, you clapped too early. Something broke in Auth.js, and we need to fix it. Now, the issue is if I wipe the database, then I lose all of my existing lists. I guess that's not the end of the world. That's not the end of the world. Okay, let's wipe the DB. But I don't have that set up. Like if I can't back it up and then I guess restore it because then the user ID would be wrong. The thing is, if I need to wipe the DB, now's the time to do it. The issue is if I remove the user, that's the same thing as wiping the DB because there's a on delete cascade and every related thing that the user created would get deleted as well. Yeah. I'm curious, did they have any kind of post or something about breaking changes? Let's actually just search issues to see if this error popped up. You could pass allow dangerous email account linking. Yeah, I just didn't click it because, in my experience, this isn't useful. Throw in when an email address is already associated with an account, but the user is trying an OAuth account that is not linked to it. We might just set this, do the login, so that I can keep all of my data, and then disable this, because after that, it will be linked. Yeah, I think I'll just do this. And this is in the provider configuration. So where do I set that up? Is it here? Yeah. I actually don't know why it's not. I don't know why it's like not linked. I don't know if they had like a DB model upgrade or something. Let's see. I was signing in with the same user. I was. Adapter error. Great. We ran into this. Did they finally change it? Yeah, and these access tokens are totally fine because it's just in the context of this login here. Yeah, for this specific app running locally, you can't do much with those tokens that you just saw. We've run into this error before a long time ago. Did they fix it? No, I don't want to bet 2050, but take it at face value. Okay. Get exactly what was going wrong here. I think it has to do with the way the Prisma table is defined. Because if you look at account, it has a expires in field, and Google is responding with expires at. so that the OAuth response has an expires at field, and then they're not doing anything to translate it to expires in before they put it into the database. I forget what we had to change to fix this. Was it in our override? Get user by account. Get session and user. I think there is a method we can override. Maybe there's not. I think that was one of the issues that we didn't like about this library is like they didn't even provide a way to override the data that you're getting back from the OAuth provider. Yeah, that's the only place we even touch it. Expires in. What's up, sharp.exe? I appreciate you. Thanks for dropping in. I feel really self-conscious right now because I'm not talking a lot, and I'm trying to just look through these issues to try and find where anybody has talked about it before, and this is the issue I was looking for. It's very hard to do this stuff live, especially if I'm trying to like stay entertaining for people that are watching me. This is the issue. This is the issue. What did they decide? Because if they change this, then I actually will have to wipe my database and change the property. After applying the fix, renaming expires at to expires in the schema. This error is any other way around. Oh. Yeah, I think the fix is but I mean, how do I do that? I've never done that with Prisma. Like writing a data I mean, I could migrate all so add the column for every user, update. Let's go to the Prisma schema. For every user, here's what we do. Add the property expires at. Allow it to, it can be undefined. For all the data in the database, set this to be this. Then delete this column. As far as I know, there's not really any way of doing that with Prisma. But that would be ideal, right? If we could override the model to say, hey, when you're trying to read the expires at property, just read the expires in property. Let's see if we can do something like that with Prisma. So like Prisma field alias. Prisma migrate create only. Yeah. You can rename fields and models that are used in Prisma Client by mapping them to the original names. Oh, I guess you're completely right. Yeah. I will like this. Like that. That's the way to do it. So now it maps to expires in, but the model has it as expires at. yeah, that's it, right? And I don't even need to run anything on the database. Now when the model loads, it should use the right property name. Or not. Unknown argument expires at. Did you mean expires in? Do I need to regenerate the types? Let's actually see. Because if we look at our Prisma types and we look at account, now it's expires at. And the error we were getting is unknown argument expires at. Did you mean expires in? But now it should match because now it expires at on the model. If two of them have the same map, you already saw the error. Like it would error out. Prisma wouldn't let us do it. We're in. We've done it. All right, but we did get an error in the console. let's start again. Let me log out and let's try again. That was so I think a couple of people suggested that. And also thank you to Astronaut who mentioned we should generate the types. But basically instead of changing the field name in the database and needing to like migrate the data, we kept that the same, just changed the model's property name so that way when we're inserting it, it automatically maps it for us. But let's see. Okay, so no errors in the console. We'll log in with this. We're still getting an issue. Unique constraint failed on the field's user ID. Is this when user ID is undefined? Is this the issue? I'll point you to the issue where they talk about this. Because ultimately, Google responds with either expires in or Google responds with expires at, but before the model property name was expires in, and that broke the stuff. They mean the same thing, but they weren't mapped correctly. Okay. Let's look at this error though. So user settings.create. I guess we're calling that in multiple places. Oh no, this is the bundled code. Here. This is the only place we're calling it. Let's just log this. Here's the other thing. This shouldn't get called because the user already exists. But this apparently is getting called even on a new login. And also, just to be safe, let me also clear all my cookies and everything. Maybe that's new, but for whatever reason, even when we're logging in, even though this user already exists, create user is getting called. And then we're trying to recreate the settings. So I should just wrap this in a if message.user.settings does not exist, then try to create it all. But if it's already created, there's no need to do anything. So if the user doesn't have settings, give them some settings. But that feels like a bug in the library. Create user shouldn't get called every time. It should only get called when the user is getting created, not when they're getting updated. So we've got sign in, sign out, create user, update user, and link account. And session. And those are coming from Auth.js. Creates a user in the database and returns it. Huh, okay. I think the codes that I wrote should handle it because now we're not going to try to insert into settings if they already exist. But the one thing I do want to check is if a brand new user signs up, do their settings get created? So let's see. Let's log out. Is that a bug? I was like, why is the button not working? Log in. No errors. Great. And then we haven't even tested this yet, but do the lists actually work? Oh, and the lists still work. That's cool. Yeah. Why do I keep restarting the server? I feel like there's a reason. There's a reason why I did. Oh, because I this is why. I want a clean separation between my previous error messages. So that's why I restart the server. But yeah, let's first of all, I think if we just do Prisma Studio, I can delete any other user that's in the DB. So if we look at like user, we've got these two users. Let's delete this user. Hopefully it does a cascading delete and just deletes all the other data. That's really funny to me. Okay. No, it doesn't. So we're going to have to do it manually. Okay, this is the other thing. Why are there this many accounts in here? What are you doing? See, it's putting new account. It's like inserting new accounts. What the? Okay, but just real quick, the ID of the user we actually want is the 2251, not the DF one. So anything else, we just delete. That. Cool. So that deleted the account, and then hopefully I can just delete this now without an error. No, I can't. And I can't read the error message. I think it has to do with related data. I just really don't want to drop my database, and I have not set things up to like seed all of those lists that I've created. Is it sessions? is the error in the console? Let's see. Invalid invocation. Yeah, I don't know. We have a bigger issue though because it's creating multiple accounts and like somehow not linking them. Yeah, we're using Prisma to talk to our database. Yes. Okay, we're gonna do a DB wipe and see if that fixes everything. We just have to at this point. What's the Prisma command for wiping a database? Prisma init. And actually, while we're doing this, we're gonna go ahead and rename the property on there too. All right. You're about to drop the column, which will contain 5 null values. Prisma migrate has detected that the environment is not an okay. I want to irrevocably update the database and delete everything. Deploy applies all pending migrations and creates the database if it does not exist. Okay. Just tell me how to reset the database. They literally have a reset command. What do you mean it's not interactive? So we just tried to do migrate dev, and then it's telling me that this is a non-interactive prompt. This is absolutely an interactive prompt. We'll just force it. What's the worst that could happen? All right. Great. Our database is completely empty except for our locales, which got seeded in. Cool. The other thing I'll do is when we were messing around with the auth stuff. Why is this? Oh yeah, we brought a count in. We don't actually need it. When we were doing the auth stuff here. Oh no. Our adapter settings. Yeah, which is here. We put this to true. I'm going to remove that because now we're starting from scratch. It should be able to link accounts just fine. All right. Here we go. Internal server error. Great. Account that expires that does not exist in the current database? You lie. I guess a reset didn't actually apply it? I thought a reset would apply it. Okay. No errors so far. but now you get to see the onboarding flow for a new user. Well, there's no TBD. There's going to be more fields here for onboarding. Cool, no issue. Now, here's what I'm curious about. If I log out and log back in, will it just create another account like it was doing before? Let's see. Log out. Log in. Yeah, we don't want to see this. Like, I don't know why it can't link. It can't link the account we just logged in with before. And when we set that config property to true, it is inserting a new account here, and we don't want to do that. I mean, before it was a column name error. Now there's fundamentally something wrong about the flow that we need to fix. The login flow that we need to fix. OAuth account not linked. Another account already exists with the same email address. This feels like a bug in the library, and I think it also has to do with the fact that create user is getting called every time. So it's like it's attempting to create the user every time instead of just update an existing user. Right? Like if we look at the events, there is an event called link account. And also update user. I feel like link account and update user are the ones that should be getting called, not create user. Let's just log inside of these. And then, so we'll log when they're updating, and then we'll log when they're linking. What's up, Taco Bandit? I'm all right. I'm all right. I'll just say that. I'm all right. Account and profile. All right. So yeah, linking account, and then this gets called for creating user. I don't have any plans for any conferences this year, but I'll probably start looking into it. Yeah. So my guess, there's some kind of bug where in the OAuth flow, for whatever reason, create user is getting called instead of update user or link account, which results in an inability to like link to an existing account that is in the database. So let's see what happens if we try to log in here. Well, thank you, Taco Bandit. You're very kind. Is there an issue for this right now? Because that would be unfortunate. Custom user schema? I mean, this is years old, though. Documented how I solved this issue here. Missing DB text for refresh token, access token, and ID token. Let's just see what we have. Because I guess that's the other thing is we didn't update this schema after upgrading the thing. Get some coffee. I don't drink coffee, but maybe I'll go grab a beverage in a little bit. Yeah, we have those as DB text. Yeah, I'll grab a beverage during the ad break coming up in 3 minutes. All right. Let's just see what's logged, because I in a way I'm kind of just like debugging this issue too. So we click on the thing. We then see none of those methods are called. Okay. Let's see how they fixed it here. You should wait. The fix is to pass this in. I don't think it is though, because we saw when we pass that in, it creates a new account in the database every time. What works for me is defining the provider ID. That seems better than recreating it over and over again. We're not going to ditch the library. We're going to fix it. We can fix it. We are capable, strong, capable developers that can work through this. Everyone's saying, oh, that fixed it, that fixed it. But have you looked in your database? Have you seen the fact that it is creating more and more accounts every time you log in? Okay, let's see if setting this ID does anything for us. What else did they set on there? They set the name as well. All right. Do I have anything else? I'm gonna go ahead and just delete everything. A smart setting to get more users. Yeah, just creates things. No, I haven't tried Lucia Auth before, but I have seen some apps that use it. It seems fine. It ultimately it's slightly more code than Next Auth, but it is more customizable and not experimental. So. All right. There is now nothing in our database. Let's try logging in. When we log in, we should see create user and link account logged. Okay, so if we look at our logs, we're leaking our token again, but as I suspect, we create the user and then we link the account. And then, yeah, and then that's all the info about linking the account. Great. Fantastic. Now, if we log out and then we log back in, we get this issue, and it didn't even run any of those events. It just immediately gets the another account already exists. All right, we're in an ad break. I'm going to go grab another beverage. And when we come back, we're going to fix this. We're going to fix this. We might even open an issue, submit a PR to Auth.js, because something internal is wrong. It's very wrong. Okay, be right back. Hello, we're back. It looks like you found another issue reproduction. I don't know if this is the same one I was looking at. Let's look at it. If not, I'm literally going to follow the stack trace and see what's going on inside their library. This was 3 days ago. This fix always overrides the user ID to crypto.randomuid. Then it sets the provider account ID to user ID instead of using the ID returned from the profile callback. There's a bug in their library, straight up. This causes the provider account ID to be randomly generated every time. I confirm my users who use GitHub can no longer sign in again. Revert to the last stable release. I'm not gonna do that. Watch me. Watch me. Okay. Actually, maybe I have to. I was gonna say, like, can we just override this get user account method and fix it? But handle login and register is here. Just a second. I'm gonna go there manually. Node modules, auth core, lib actions callback. Watch me. Node modules, auth core, lib actions callback. Handle login. I guess there's no way to override this. Because what the issue is mentioning, whenever they call crypto random UUID, I guess that's not happening here. Well, that's the, I mean, that's one way of handling it. I wouldn't edit the file directly, though. There's actually a way of creating like a node module patch file, so that way when someone else runs this code, they can patch their node modules as well. What was this saying, though? Yeah. And yeah, thank you, Ergon. Thanks for the today command. See the two incremented lines. Incriminated lines. So callback, OAuth callback is actually where the codes are. This is where the incriminating lines of code are. Here. So returns the user account that's going to be created in the database. Just a second. Yeah. This project is over a year old. It would take a lot to convince me to to swap the library out. Is all I will say. Um, Now, if we look at our codes, how much would actually need to change if we swapped auth libraries? Actually don't know, but it's not an easy decision to make. I will say that. All right. This is where they're setting the ID to be random. Downgrading to a working version is probably the way to go. But then actually some of the fixes we made, like changing the database field name, could break. On the first sign in, an account is persisted using the adapter with the provider account ID that is not corresponding to the ID field returned by the profile callback. It uses a random UUID instead. So the second time the user tries to sign in, it triggers an OAuth account not linked because the adapter tries to find the matching account using a random UUID. Yeah, I guess that's the other thing is, has anybody even started fixing it? I realize the maintainers have commented and mentioned that they're going to work on it. But, I mean, I guess the fix is don't override the ID. So, like, ID is going to be the existing one or generate a new one. If it didn't have an ID. That's the fix. And then where's the other incriminating line? Account is now going to be user.id.toString. Yeah, but that's what the code I just wrote should fix that. Oh, yeah, that's another way to do it. You're totally right. We could set the ID like this. Literally just move the line of code. Literally move the line of code, and then now if it was defined there, it should work. Actually, is this the fix? We could make a PR. We could be open source heroes right here, right now, if it hasn't been fixed yet. Let's see. I didn't quite do it. Let's just log this. Getting user. Updated. Getting user profile. How's it going? As well as it can. As well as it can go. I will say the other reason I'm restarting the dev server is typically changes to your node modules do not trigger a hot reload. Okay, so getting user profile, it doesn't have an ID. We need to query the database for the ID? Or set the ID to be... Yeah, it shouldn't be random. Let's look at the OAuth profile. The other thing is potentially overriding this profile method. All right. OAuth profile. Where's the ID? Sub? Is it sub? Oh, there's no types on this. Sub is generally the ID? Okay. That could be the fix then. So we set ID to be user from profile dot sub or that. Like if sub isn't a property there. So sub is the claim. That's the unique ID. Okay. Okay. That's not quite it. Actually, and did I have that right? Is it just dot sub? Yeah, so OAuth profile dot sub. Okay, so get user and account. Wait, what was I logging before though? Oh, it's this OAuth profile. That's the issue. Dot sub. Okay, so we got the right ID this time. I guess the other issue is this user from profile. So like provider.profile method here. This should set the ID correctly. That's another issue. I just don't know where to find that definition. Let's look in the TypeScript definition. So I'm not quite sure. I'm not sure. Oh, so we want to look at callback types. Yeah, I'm not sure how they implement account merging. That would have to do with like checking the email. Get user account is defined in callback.js. I want to go to the types for callback and see that there is no type defined for get user account. Great. Okay, so it's past. I wanted to see provider.profile. Where does that method come from? Because provider gets passed in here. And then provider.profile is a method on it. So if we look at that type, thanks, Fob. I think that'll probably tell us what we're expecting, right? The sub is the ID. Where you define that? Options. Options has a logger and provider on it. Now go to the type, look at the options. Which is an internal options. And then this has a profile method on it. Should, anyways. options.provider provider dot profile. I'm just trying to find this profile method here because that profile method I think is the one we want to override. Options.provider.profile. Actually, I have no idea where it is. Options provider oh god. And then that has a profile method, which means I think this is actually, is it the Google adapters profile method? But yeah, someone just mentioned it. It could be good to look at the commit they referenced. Yeah, we can set breakpoints. Yeah, I just don't know if I have that set up or how easy that would be to set up. That's the main reason I'm not using it. But you, and also there would be more configuration to get breakpoints to show up inside of our node modules because node modules are like third-party libraries, and a lot of times your debugger will skip the code that's running in node modules. It's doable. It's doable. They mention the commit. Let's look at it. User from profile.id to string. That's exactly what we. No, I mean, I guess the other issue is, yeah, they removed this. Profile.sub. They removed this line in libutils provider.ts. Line 98. It's minified codes, though. They removed all these lines. Yeah, it's a good thing to know, right, Pablo? What were they trying to fix here with this? Default ID generation overridden by auth. Managed to fix it by setting ID to undefined. Yeah. All right, I've decided we're just gonna roll back. We're gonna roll back to the previous version. Um, Here we go. Hopefully, the previous version supports Svelte 2. Yeah. 0.8.0 is where we're gonna roll back to. Cool. This should have undid any changes we made internally. But now, now that we reverted the version, we do have to update our types again. Like this. Or not? Let's just double check. In our package JSON, are we on 0.8.0? Um, yes, remove the caret. Yeah, people have mentioned that. It makes my MacBook look giant. I could try to find a better camera angle. All right, we have version 0.8.0. And now we have this. And over here, user doesn't exist on type. But maybe that does, no. Yeah, okay, so it doesn't like this, but will it like this? This. Well, thanks, Mark Boots. Property settings do not exist on type user. Okay. Okay, my friends. They might have moved where this exists now. Like if we go there, and actually here's the better way to do it. If we find the type here, so like I want to find this type. It's this type. And now we can see the file path here. Can I copy this path? Node module is off-core source types. Source / types. That's why they changed it. They put it in the source directory. I think. Let's see if this fixes it. This didn't fix it. Let's double check. So we're in node modules, auth, SvelteKit, node modules. And then auth core source types.ts. I don't know. I don't know how to get this path. I also have weird settings in my VS Code that's like hiding the tab bar. Auth core source types. Auth SvelteKit node modules. Auth SvelteKit node modules, auth core source types. What if we do this? Great. And then, oh, well, we haven't tried this. What if we do auth core source types? No, because that's where you actually get the import from. There's a reveal active file action. I think I will try that next. Auth core types. Oh, I think this is the other issue, is I'm also importing from the wrong spot. Is there a user in here? There is. Oh, okay. Here's the other issue. I think our auth core and our SvelteKit types are out of date. Like out of sync. That's why the type for SvelteKit is referencing the nested module and not this one. So we also need to import from here. I think I just want to double check the dependency installed for Auth SvelteKit, like the version number. Like we can see that it is dependent on version 0.22.0. And what version do we have installed? We gotta lock it. we gotta lock it down. So we'll do a clean install. Wait, what? Do an npm install, which will update our lock. So now we're locking the auth core version and the SvelteKit version. Cool. Now we try to override the types. So now you can see the path that it took me to isn't nested in the SvelteKit one. It is it's at the root. So now when we override the type, we should pull this in from auth core types, and then hopefully we can overwrite it simply like this. And I'm so confident it's going to work, I'm just going to remove that comment. Dang it. We're closer though. This is a different type error. First of all, email verified was added in the more recent version, so we don't need that. And then user doesn't exist on type? What? Oh, was I even using it before? I see, because it's session.user now. Right? User is possibly undefined. No, see, there is a user property on there. Args dot. It's a discriminated union. I don't know what that is. Do I want to grab it from this user property? Is that real? Why did they change it? Oh, so discriminated, I think, would mean this. So, like, if the user property user does not exist on type, session user. I think I get what you're saying though. So like User is only defined if what? But of what type? How does it know? Yeah, it is using this third one. If we go to the type definition. Available when strategy is database. I see. How can I tell TypeScript that the strategy is database? Do an if check. All right. But if, well, and then I can't destructure it. Is I guess I could just say args. And then I can say session equals, let's destructure it here. And then after that, if session dot, not user, session dot type. What was it again? Available when authconfig.session is set to strategy database. Strategy? I can't access the strategy. Watch me. Are you guys ready? Easy. Simple as. All right. Moment of truth. We now are back to where we were before. And do we have user data? Yeah, so we have a user and we have an account. I have a feeling I just need to delete everything because this is all from the previous. So let's delete this user. Okay. We are going to sign in. With this account. Great. Great. Error creating UUID, invalid length, expected length 32 for simple format, found 21. Are the changes in my node modules still there? Because that would be really lame if they are. Wait, you're saying reset back to the beginning of stream? I'm not going to do that. But I am going to do this. Remove the node modules, remove the lock, install everything from scratch, and then see what happens. It is true that everything did work at the beginning of stream. Yeah, Axios did it. Definitely. Definitely. Well, thank you, A Deadly Fork. Well, that's great. Why are there 0 vulnerabilities now? There were like 5 vulnerabilities before. I think removing the node modules actually fixed a lot. Crazy. Okay. Okay, there's nothing in our database. That's really what I wanted to see. And let's start it up. It's possible, but I upgraded all my dependencies, so I guess thought that would fix the lock file, but maybe not. We have 5173. Wait. Oh well. Great. Perfect. Um. Wonderful. I think the issue now is for some reason the Prisma schema is expecting it to be a UUID, but it's actually not. It is like the sub. Yeah, this is not a deep. This is not. This needs to be text, right? Because it's setting user ID to be the sub. Error creating UUID invalid length. I think that's it. Uh, what was the reset command? Migrate reset. And the users. Um, who references this? Oh, no. This does need to be db.uuid. Is it the actual ID? I guess what we also need to do is look at the Auth.js docs and see the database schema that they provide for us and make sure ours matches. Hmm. Is it that? Is it that? Maybe it's that. Count. What happened though? I guess just reverting back to that version. It's doing something weird with the ID. Lost the error. Use Drizzle instead? No, no way. We actually have a lot of database code in this app. Okay. Let's go back to what we had. I'm gonna see. I want to see the error one more time. What do you mean? Account user ID, foreign key cannot be implemented. User ID and ID are of incompatible types, text and UUID. Builds user ID, references ID, in the user column. So this needs to be a UUID. Yeah, we are using 0.8.0, but I guess I have no idea how to figure out what the schema needs to be because I don't think their docs are versioned. And when we implemented this, we did change this from being a built-in or from being like a Prisma UUID to being a UUID generated by Postgres. All right, so something's weird. Can I just delete this migrations folder? Go away. From scratch. This is also weird with Prisma because it's saying that it's a non-interactive CLI, but it is interactive. Like I'm not running this from anything weird. Prisma DB push, right? Just like take, yeah, okay. Prisma, is migrate dev the one that generates the types, right? Found failed migrations. Okay. Let's read more how to resolve this failed migration issue. Okay. How do I just delete them all? Yeah, I just did DB push, but at this point I need to get rid of all the migrations that are failed. Also, we could just drop the database. I think that's what we're gonna do. I'm almost at my limit. I mean, I kind of am at my limit. We've been live for almost 3 hours, and we've kind of gotten nothing done. But this, if you're new to Listed, this is basically what Listed became, and which is why I don't have fun working on it anymore. But if we can get past this, and actually start working on features, I think we'll have a much better time. All right, I want to bring down my Postgres database. Okay. Now I think I have a Docker data folder. I'm going to completely remove the DB folder. So now when I spin up the Docker containers, the volume that it uses is going to be completely fresh. So if we do Docker, here's the thing, everyone. I mean, I know some of you are like kind of just joking, but it's like in the real world, I guess in the real world, you might actually make the decision to replace a library. And also the fact that this isn't deployed yet, so we don't have any actual like data migration that needs to happen if we replace a library that would change how user data is stored. I don't know. Ultimately, I'm really betting on Auth.js. Eventually, Auth.js is going to be stable and we won't have to do anything because our code will have stayed up to date with it. Okay, database is up. Now if we run the migrations, there we go. That created the migration. And hopefully we're back. Okay. I can't even remember what error we were trying to fix. This error. Okay, yeah, okay. I guess it'd be good to know, yeah, where is it inserting the ID? I think the other thing we could do is revert back to the version of Auth.js before 0.8.0, because like this was telling us revert back to 0.8.0, but I think there's a bigger bug even in that one. Let's see, what version were we at before all of these shenanigans? 0.3.7. Oh, that must be the issue. Osadil, thanks for saying that. Internally, it's not creating a proper UUID. How could that even happen, though? Okay. Lib init? Handle, login, or register. I see, that's even more of a bug because they need to leave the ID untouched when they're inserting the user so that the database can generate it. That's the main issue. Okay. For now, we're going all the way back. Going all the way back to this version because I can't. We've already wasted 2 hours on this. So we're gonna lock that there. We're gonna lock this here. We are going to revert our schema, make sure we have the right like expires at and everything else. So account should be expires in, not expires at. Here. And thank you, Nurag. Thank you for the resub. All right, that goes there. Would anything else be affected? I think ultimately our types override needs to go back to what it was. This. I think. If we look at the migrations, it's creating, the thing is, I don't want it creating new ones. I want it to just override. Yeah, we need to. First of all, I need to learn Prisma better. Like I just want. I guess I don't even want migrations because the database structure is still a little bit in flux. Okay. What is there a specific Prisma command that just generates the types? Because Prisma migrate dev generates. It is just it's just generate, isn't it? npx prisma generate. Yeah. Okay. I think we're good then. We're good. Now remove the node modules. Remove the package lock. And do an install. Whew. Dang. Dang it. We can't use SvelteKit version 2 if if we go back that far. All right, let's find let's find the earliest version that does support SvelteKit 2. Reset hard. There's so many other things we changed. I think. I guess not, huh? I guess we just did the SvelteKit upgrade. Okay. Is it? Where is SvelteKit? Is SvelteKit a separate library? What's up, James Warner? Good to see you. Ad break incoming. While the ad is happening, I'm gonna find the right version and just switch to it. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I need to find what is this? What is this package name even? It is Auth.js/SvelteKit. Where does this live? Show me the. Okay, they say it's in here. I guess I just have to find it in the packages directory. Oh, there it is. Frameworks SvelteKit. Cool. And then we want to look at the package.json, and we want to look at its history. And go back to the earliest version that jumped to SvelteKit version 2. Yeah, just lurking and working. Nice. Yeah, I'm working on an app that we haven't touched in like 4 months, and we have literally spent 2 hours just trying to upgrade a library. And we've reached the point of deciding that we're not going to upgrade this library. So now I'm figuring out how we do that because one of its peer dependencies changed, and we need to make sure. Wait. This is what. Okay, I want to blame this line. How do I do that? Blame. Git blame, and then show me all the commits that changed this line. Ah. It was this one. Allow SvelteKit 2 as peer dependency. And what version of the library was this? I don't know the best way to find this, but December 17th was the commit, so we'll find the version release, the first version release after December 17th. I guess we could potentially look at that on npm. So here, if we look at versions, this is not useful. I need to see an actual date. Yeah, so December 17th. Show me the release that came immediately after that. December 16th. We're going to try 0.3 point. Honestly, let's be brave. Let's be brave and try 0.3.16. Was that October? Oh, you're right. We want 12. We want 12. 12, 17, 0.5.0. And then we need to see in version 0.5.0 which version of Auth core should it be dependent on. 0.19.0. Okay. I guess I already removed the node modules. I did. What am I doing? Focus. Remove the package lock if it exists. Doesn't exist. Let's go. Welcome back from the ad break. I still haven't figured it out. I think I nailed down the version. Now we're going to see if this version works with our existing code. Yeah, we still need the auth core dependency. We do, yeah. Because we use it directly. Yes, I mean, it could be based on the country that you're into. Not everyone gets ads. All right. Now if we want to run a type check, do we need to fix the type overrides for Auth.js? We do. So how are we going to do that? We are going to look here. We're going to navigate to where this type is defined. We're going to see that it's in auth core source types, which means that when we override the type over here, it should be in auth core types directly. Beautiful. Yeah, great. Great. Types of property create user are incompatible. This is okay, because I just need to override the create user function in our Prisma override. Here, I think. That's what they're talking about. Yeah. Type of property create user are incompatible. Oh. We don't want to import from auth core adapters. We want to import from where we were importing before. Which is where were we importing before? Listed. Source. Lib. Prisma. Client. Next auth adapters is what we're importing from. Okay. Type check. Beautiful. Is our database running? Okay. Our database is running. And now, moment of truth. We'll see. Can we log in without duplicating our user account? Here we go. Dang it. Dang it. But I do know we could try going back one more version. So we installed 0.5. The issue is the fix that they made to allow version 2 of SvelteKit was 0.5. Yeah. So this bug was introduced. Well, not bug. Something's wrong in version 0.5. Well, you know what? I think I have to just now I have to override the create user method. I think that's what it is. And make sure that they don't do the weird thing that they're doing. Create user. It's access to the user. Let's look and really just copy their implementation. So let's go to the Prisma adapter. Packages. And then we're pulling in the Prisma adapter from where? Next auth adapters. Adapter Prisma. We can look at it. We're just going to copy paste the create user method. And we're going to remove the ID property, simple as. What is happening? Async mono. Oh, I need to get rid of this colon. And then client.user, and then we get rid of the arrow. Client.user.create. And then this is complaining because the returned user type doesn't match the type that should be returned. I think it's expecting like this type here. Such a hard error to read. Okay. Types of property email are incompatible. String or null is not assignable to type string. Type null is not assignable to type string. I see like the email. Can be null. I think it's the way that I've defined it in my Prisma schema. Email is nullable. In their schema, well, yeah, it's nullable too. This is interesting though because get user isn't complaining. Oh, the return can be null. Is that real? I think it has to do with the property itself. And then data is the whole thing. User without the ID. Yeah. You probably want to use Lucia Auth. There's at least if you're using Google OAuth right now with Auth.js, there's a major bug in the current version, but it is experimental. So a lot of people recommend Lucia Auth, which is stable. String or null is not assignable to type string. Email does not exist. Wait, what? Oh, wait. We need to await it. That's why. Okay. Yeah, I'm just gonna TS ignore it. Actually, I'm not gonna TS. Yeah, I'm gonna TS ignore this. I'm gonna TS ignore it because I think it'll be fine. And if I haven't fixed the override here, then I'll debug it a little bit further. Because what's happening, like it's erroring out on this line of code where in the DB insert, when it's trying to create a new user, the UUID is not valid. It's length 21. And we want that UUID just to be created by our database. So for whatever reason, it still has the ID property on it. Let's see. Okay. Adapter error. Yep. Prisma user create. Invalid invocation. Yeah. That's wrong. That's completely wrong. Because that's the ID. We need to pull the ID property off of it. And just ignore it. ID is declared but never read. You're right. Because I don't want it. Oh, I see. So yeah, grab the rest and put it into data. Yeah, that's what I want. So yeah, that'll pull the sub ID off and then let the database create it. That's what we need. Moment of truth. Can we log in? I think we can. I'm at the point where we can't log in. There's that pesky bug again. Okay. Expires at versus expires in. I thought we changed this. Oh, I guess we didn't because we reverted to a later version. We actually do need this to be expires at. Okay. Prisma DB push. So the promises don't need to be awaited if you're returning it directly. That is why. And also, we don't even need the async keyword. I'll show you. So you really only need the async keyword if you're going to be doing some awaiting. So if I wanted to write the codes like this, then I would need to put the await keyword here, and then I could return user like this. But async and await are really just shorthand properties for promises. And so if I'm not doing any awaiting and I'm just directly returning something that returns a promise, you don't even need async await because create returns a promise. It's hard to show in the type definition, but this actually returns a promise. And as long as that returns a promise, that's all it cares about because the consumer of this code is awaiting that method call. Is there anything in my database? Yeah, Prisma Studio is running. I changed both to be expires at. Yeah, expires at. And there is a user. Let's just delete it. Okay, there's no data in our database. Now, for real this time. Better. Much better. Cannot read properties of a null, reading onboarding. Beautiful, beautiful. And this has to do with the fact that there is no settings. Yeah, foreign key constraint failed, user settings. So, creating user. They don't have a settings property. And then user settings create failed. Why did it fail? Foreign key ID. This is our, now at this point we're at our code. Our code is trying to create the user settings when the new user is added. I think we can get rid of that now. No, we can't. Okay. But it is this right here. This is failing. Message.user.id. Yeah, we dropped the entire database. Foreign key constraint failed. Why would that fail? The user already exists. Foreign key constraint failed on the field user settings locale ID. Do we not have any locales in our database? That could be the issue. That's the issue. We don't have any locales in our database. All right, everybody, do not panic. When do the seeds generate? I mean, when do the seeds run? Do I have to run those automatically? Because we did define those here. Right, and this is what will actually seed the locales into our database. I just need to look at the contributing guide and see how do we seed the database. I don't have anything in the contributing guide about seeding the database. Is it if I just do Prisma migrate dev? Does that seed the database? Prisma DB seed? Okay. Now the seeds exist. Now, I think our code is resilient enough that the next time the user logs in, it should create their settings. Oh no. Yeah, well, we need to log out. We need to log out first. And then when we log back in, it should create those settings. Dang it. Oh, because, wait, did it set onboarded to true, but then didn't? We're just going to remove the user and try again. Here we go. User. Delete. Delete. However, there are 2 sessions. No, those are not there anymore. Okay. All right, this is it, everyone. If this doesn't work, I'll just keep trying to fix it because here we are, right? All right. It's working. All right. We're onboarded. We're logging all our users and leaking our tokens. Great. Let me remove those console logs, and then make sure that the app still works for second login. Okay, we are here. We are here. Cool. All right, and if I log out and then log back in, it shouldn't create an extra account in the database. Let's see. Nice. Yeah, so there's only one account, one user, one settings, one session. Beautiful. Yeah, so ultimately the fix was we just reverted back to a version of an older version of the Auth core and Auth SvelteKit package. Yeah. Now, well, no, this was a new account. That was the new account flow, and then I just demonstrated the login with an existing account. But yeah, if I do this one, this should be a new account. Good, and we can log out of that, and it works fine. Yeah, and now we should only see two of everything, except for sessions because I logged out of that other user. Beautiful. Now, here's the thing. We updated everything else, so we actually haven't even tested the other flows in the app. I would be curious, honestly. Let's just try running the tests locally to see if they pass. Last time we had an issue where the tests would time out for some reason. But let's just at least see if the test pass. Yeah, finally, 3.5 hours later, we are back to the beginning of stream. Kind of. We have no vulnerabilities in our dependencies. We're updated to the most recent possible version of all our dependencies as we can be. Let's see. Great. Yeah, so when we're seeding users, we need to change it to expires at instead of expires in. And that's fine. That's totally fine. I can do that. And that's on me because I'm seeding the data. So we have like our test user data. And we have expires in. And so everywhere in this file we have expires in, it needs to now be expires at. There we go. All right. Try running the tests again. Why can't the database just have both in and at? That way you don't have to worry about it. It has to do with the OAuth flow, because the profile returned by the OAuth flow has expires at. That's the main issue. Did I not save the file? I didn't save the file. Dang it. Okay, now. I was like, this is the nice thing about tests. I mean, we don't know if the tests are actually going to pass, but if we didn't have these tests, I would have to verify everything manually, and the tests have failed. Oh, because this is fine. This is fine. We need to update our Playwright Docker container. We've done this before. Yeah, this is fine. Don't worry. Dockerfile test. Use this version. All right. Again. But what I was going to say is, otherwise we would have to manually test. We'd go to every single page, submit every single form, and make sure that the app works as expected. But because we have these tests, if they pass, they weren't even passing at the end of the last stream. So I don't know. If 90% of the tests pass, that has saved us time, and we at least know that upgrading all of those other things didn't break anything else. Classic listed, yeah. Should we bet on it? I'm not gonna bet on it, no, because like I said, the tests weren't even passing at the end of the last stream 4 months ago. So. Oh, nice. Good job, Titan Quest. We just got a couple of follows. I see you. Thank you for those follows. Oh, thanks. Yeah. If anyone has not seen Halt and Catch Fire, it's a really good TV show. I've recommended it before, but this is the fictitious company from Halt and Catch Fire. Here we go. Building. Okay, some tests are passing, but what's up with all these extra logs? Ugh. Wait, Mackenzie? I guess I'm not. I haven't kept up with her career, but she was the Terminator. From this show. Cameron in the show, is that who you're referencing? Well, the reason this is slow, these are end-to-end tests. These are not unit tests. We are literally spinning up a test database. We're spinning up a test browser. We're clicking in the browser. It's more than unit tests. There's no way you could like. I do think you could get this faster, but just by the nature of how we're testing it, it's going to be slow. I like Docker can't even spin up a database container from scratch in a second. How is that possible? Okay. We're not doing a full login. We're just making sure that the redirect works. And then we're like faking the user session. I see. I see. Okay. New user redirects to the onboarding page. This one failed. Onboarded user can edit their own list. This one also failed. Onboarded user can create a list. Well, let's see what happens when we actually try to do this. I think that's probably one of the main things that's making this slow is the fact that Playwright has to spin up a browser and click all the things. All right. We're going to create a new list. Universe. All the coding garden channels. We will add the main channel and the archive. The archive channel isn't actually used anymore since I resumed streams on the main channel. What's up, Codex? Welcome in. That seems to work. Sort of. There was like this weird flash of like images that didn't work. And the page refreshed like twice. Let's see. What the heck? All right. This lists them out. I can click on a list. It loads. That's cool. Let's try another one. Okay. I did not hear that, Codex. This seems to work. And sub Apocalypse. Thank you for the prime. I appreciate you. It seems to mostly be working. I guess the other thing is testing edit. Can we edit and like remove a channel? Update. Description is updated. Archive is removed. Cool. We've got update. We've got view. Okay, so I can view a list. I can click on a video. So that's great. That's 2 lines of. And then, do the timestamps still work? These are mostly these are like the features. Yeah, the timestamps work. Okay. Everything seems to work. Why are the tests failing? I don't know. I also really don't want to debug it because we have other things to do. If we want this to be a semi-successful week, we need to figure out what features are needed before it's time to take a break. Yeah. Before we're able to deploy. Before we're able to deploy to production. Because there's a few things I can think about, especially like user experience. Like if you're in, yeah, we need to come up with what are the MVP features that we're missing. I would say like sorting is probably one of them, like sort by likes, sort by view count, those kinds of things. There's also like refreshing metadata for a video, refreshing metadata for a channel on demand, those kinds of things. Yeah, I like that too, Jicom. Like importing and exporting all of your data, so that way you could like restore in the event of a database failure or something like that. All right, I need a break. Absolutely need a break. Honestly, sharing lists is doable. Like you can actually take this URL. Well, this is the other thing is we need to actually MVP. We need to implement permissions because anyone can go to this link even if you're not logged in, which is fine. Like technically the permission of this list is unlisted, but if I set this to private, we don't have any checks right now that prevent someone from going to a private list. See, it still loads. So that's one thing we would need to do. Okay. I do want to take a quick break. And honestly, I need to eat some food. So, I'm going to eat some food and maybe I don't know, watch old tech videos or something while I eat food. And then after that, we'll prioritize. We'll come up with a list of things that need to be done, put them in priority order, and go from there. It's lunch, basically. I've only eaten breakfast today. And let's commit our codes. Let's push up and commit our codes. Wow. Okay. This is it. The other thing is the tests attempt to run on GitHub. Well, that was another thing is we ran into an issue with the test. The test couldn't run because they didn't have access to the secrets for some reason. Expected to return a value at the end of an async load function. I can fix that. All right. Source routes list ID layout plus layout.server. Really? What is well, that's a weird that's a weird type. We're returning. Oh, I see. We're redirecting to not found, but I mean, do I need to do this? Like return nothing? Unreachable code? How's this unreachable? Because of the error? What? Oh, right. There's no other return. If this try catch doesn't run, then I'm going to ignore this. Yeah. Wasn't this caught earlier? Server lib server YouTube API fix. All right. Forgot the tests aren't going to pass. So we're going to do this. Cool. Let's merge it in. I'm just going to force merge. Squash and merge. Here we go. Great. Now I'm gonna eat lunch, take a break, and then after that we'll do our prioritization. Let's check out main. Pull from main. We're up to date. Beautiful. Let's figure out what we should watch. Did we win? I don't know if you can call it a win. I guess you can. The fact that I didn't rage quit, I guess that's a win, right? I gradually settled into just accepting our fate. But it is what it is. All right. I think I had a list of like old tech videos to react to. Not react to, just like watch. um there's like some stuff on archive.org. Let me see. Actually, I think those videos are on YouTube as well. The is it like the Computer Chronicles or something like that? Yeah, let's watch an episode of the Computer Chronicles. Call it out if you see something interesting. This is about Windows 95. I want to watch this one. Never mind. You don't get a choice. We're gonna watch this one. There's the Richard Stallman one. No, but this is I guess about the release of Windows 95. No, I want to see Windows 95. All right, I'm gonna go cook my lunch. I'll be back. We're gonna watch this. We're gonna switch our category. We're just gonna hang out for like 30 minutes to an hour, and then we'll get back to prioritizing and such. But yeah, I'll be back in like 5 or so minutes. I'll see you soon. See you soon. Hello, hello. I'm back. I just need to figure out audio really quick. Hello. Also, I'm sitting down now. And I need to fix the camera. Just a second. There we go. Cool. If you're still hanging out, I'm just gonna eat my lunch/dinner, and then also we're gonna watch some videos while it happens. Hello, hello. The video we are gonna watch is Computer Chronicles from 1994, which is about Windows 95. Here we go. Here to watch me eat. Great.
Guess what this show is about? Windows. You know, every once in a while a word gets stolen from the English language, and from that point onward, it takes on a totally different meaning. Say the word Windows to a guy with one geek gene in him, and he thinks you're talking about Microsoft Windows. Today, we'll show you a sneak preview.
How's the audio level? Is it compared to my vocals or voice? Too loud? Bit low? I think I have like that 300% volume extension. Yeah, let me install that 300% volume extension really quick. .600% volume is what it's called. I have it already? Let's see.
Of Windows 95. Plus, we'll look at the competition, the new Warp OS 2 from IBM and System 7.5 for the Apple Macintosh. Windows 95 and more on this edition of the Computer Chronicles.
I'm gonna mute the the intro music because I think I got a copyright strike last time for the intro music. Better? Better? All right.
Possible in part by Hewlett-Packard, working with industry leaders.
By the Software Publishers Association, providers of educational materials to help manage software. Don't copy that floppy.
Welcome to the Computer Chronicles. I'm Stuart Chaffee. With me today is Paul Schindler, Northern California editor of Windows Magazine. Paul, we're talking about Windows 95 today, the new version of Windows. It's hard to believe it's actually
in 95, going to be the 10th anniversary of the introduction of Windows. It came out in 85, right?
That's correct. And it took a long time to catch on. Now, there was Windows 1 in 85. This is Windows 2 from 1987, the MS-DOS Executive. That's the way you got into it.
Yeah.
Clearly a version that presages Windows 3, a lot of the same applications, Paint and Clock and Notepad, but cruder, less adjustable, and slower. All in all, it just wasn't quite the revolutionary application that Windows became with version 3 in 1990.
Well, that's the question I have for you. Windows is so hot now. I mean, it is the platform around the world, yet when it first came out in 85, it took 5 years before anybody paid attention to it. Why?
Well, there were two problems. First of all, there's a psychological problem. There was a feeling that real men don't use mice, and that stood in the way of the graphical user interface on the PC side. But more importantly, Microsoft was on the cutting edge. They were pushing the capabilities of a 286 with Windows 1 and 2, and the platform simply wasn't sufficient to support what they wanted to do. When 386s became common in the early 1990s, finally there was a platform that provided Windows the space and the speed it needed to become a reasonable performer.
So you needed the CPU, you needed the RAM?
Absolutely.
Yeah. So it wasn't only the software problem, partly was waiting for the hardware to catch up.
That's correct.
Okay, today we'll show you some of the features of the newest version of Windows. It's been getting rave reviews, and you'll get to see why. Before we show you Win95, let's take a look at the interface Windows is always compared to, and that's the Macintosh, of course. The newest version of the Mac OS is System 7.5.
Without the Macintosh, black and white desktop publishing of Cupertino, California would be hard-pressed to meet its deadlines. The Mac is still the favorite of graphic artists, and the simplicity and uniformity of the interface has a lot to do with its popularity. The Mac's desktop has changed little over the years, but System 7.5 may change that.
The first thing you notice is the screen, the nice little stuff that you can pick with the screen. And from then on, you start playing around with stuff. You know, like one thing that's the most used will be the, dragging to the printer, because that's, a nice fast thing. You don't have to actually open it up. You can just drag it over to it, so, because it takes time to open up programs. And then dragging illustrations and text from one program to another.
While the interface looks familiar, users will notice new features in System 7.5. The drag and drop capability allows you to copy a selection directly from one file to another simply by dragging it. And with 7.5's new printing architecture, you can print a document by dragging it onto a printer icon. Apple has also added refinements to some well-known screen metaphors. Windows can now be rolled up into window shades to conserve screen space. A new desktop item is the Sticky, a virtual reminder note in bright colors that can be placed in obvious spots around the screen. And if you still need help getting around the system, the new Apple Guide will do everything but hold your hand.
You just go up into the little question mark area, and then it just opens up, and you search through what your problem is by different categories. So, if it's fonts or whatever, so you go into that area and it gives you another category so you can get more specific with what you're looking for. And then you click on that and it opens up and it tells you step by step, you just click from page to page. It tells you what to do, and then it highlights exactly where you're supposed to go.
It's no secret that the Mac's GUI interface was years ahead of its time, but Apple knows it cannot sit still, especially with Windows 95 on the horizon. And experienced Mac users seem positive about the latest improvements.
I'd say it's definitely in the right direction, because sometimes as users we don't really know what are like system things and what are program things, right? So as far as the system part goes, it's going in the right direction.
For the Computer Chronicles, I'm Giles Bateman.
Now let's see what the folks at Microsoft have done to improve on Windows 3.1. Here to show us Windows 95 is Brent Ethington of Microsoft. All right, a lot of new things in Windows 95. You've replaced File Manager, you've replaced Program Manager, you've done away with the 8-character limitation on file names. Show us how you use Windows 95 now.
Okay, Windows
Character
95
limitation on
revolves
file names.
around the Start button. The Start button provides a consolidation of Program Manager, for example, to allow me to easily launch programs by simply selecting the
So
program.
you
that I
launch
want.
things out of Start now.
Exactly. The Start button is always visible on the screen, even when I maximize programs.
All right, so this is WordPad. This is the right notepad combination that now comes with Windows?
Correct. It's a replacement that's in new Windows 95.
Okay.
I can also start documents by selecting documents from my document menu on the Start button.
So you launched a document, it automatically launched the application the document needed to come up.
Exactly.
So this is Paint program now?
This is Paint, and what I can do is I can easily move between documents through the Windows taskbar, which by simply clicking.
Wait, is the start menu not a thing anymore? I guess they replaced it with like the entire launcher for like Windows 11. Now we're laughing. The next generations will laugh that we're writing next. We're writing text, installing apps, and not even using mind control. Yeah, exactly. It is. It's such a weird thing to see them talking about like the start menu as being something new. Because I mean, it just became so commonplace. I have a pad thai noodle in my keyboard, so got it. All right. The start is bloat. Searching Bing is a higher priority than searching the system. Yeah, so I bought like a little mini PC that I was using for my media center, and it came with Windows 11, but I downgraded to Windows 10 just because I couldn't handle the like search integration. So, but eventually I'm gonna have to upgrade once Windows 10 gets deprecated.
On the button of the window, which is open here on the bottom.
Okay, so the bottom thing, the taskbar gives you a button for every alive application currently running in Windows.
Exactly. So to be able to move information from one document to
Rolling
another, I
Stones?
simply
I didn't know
select the information that I want to move, select copy from my edit menu, go to the other application, and simply click on paste.
So you did a cut and paste between two different programs running at the same time.
Exactly, very easy.
Okay, what is My Computer? That's that icon up in the left there.
My Computer gets me access to resources on my computer like printers or information. So for example, I can see files on my computer, or here I have
I don't know if you caught it earlier, but the idea that there was an 8-character file limit in Windows 3.1. And as you can see, now there's no longer an 8-character file limit. Or 8-character file name limit.
documents that are in a folder on my computer. What you see are icons representing the documents, and you also see long file names. So I can easily, by simply clicking on the document I want, type in a long file name to replace the cryptic 8.3 name.
So they're really hot alive areas. You can actually go in there and type inside them.
Correct, up to 255 characters.
All right, what else
for a
can you do
name.
with My Computer?
What I can also do is, for example, access to my printers. I can take information and put it on the desktop if I want by simply clicking and dragging and dropping it on the desktop.
So that now gives you a place to actually use the printer. I mean, that's a hot button too, basically, the printer icon there.
Exactly. By double clicking on the shortcut for the printer, I can see the documents that are sitting in my print queue. What I can also do is, let me go ahead and start up the replacement really for File Manager called Windows Explorer. And let me go back to the same folder. And I can also print by simply clicking a document that I want, dragging it, and dropping it on the printer. It's as easy as that.
All right, so this is Windows Explorer, which replaces File Manager.
Correct. What we've done is provided different views for information on the computer, and we also have capabilities for power users, for example, using the right mouse button to access context information like Quick View, which allows me to see the contents of a file without opening the application.
All right, another thing new in Windows 95 is network capability built in. Show me that.
Network Neighborhood gives me access to information on my network, which includes Novell NetWare servers, Windows NT servers, and also the internet. By using the remote access capability in Windows 95, I can also dial up to the internet directly and access any internet provider that I want.
So internet access software built in
Built-in.
addition to the rest of the network stuff.
Exactly.
All right, now while we're talking about network, you got Microsoft Exchange, and that's the sort of universal inbox so that all kinds of electronic communications shows up in one common inbox?
Exactly. Microsoft Exchange, and let me go back to the start button and open up my inbox, allows me to send faxes, send information on the Microsoft mail server, or actually access mail.
Yeah, I mean that's completely it, right, Viper? Like, it's interesting. I mean, actually, I guess I didn't know this, but it seems like Windows 95 was the first version of Windows to introduce these kinds of features. Which is crazy to think about. I think they also mentioned, I guess it was OS 7 for Mac, also introduced similar features around this time. But yeah, these days, like, it has to have this stuff, or yeah, I mean, it has to.
On the internet. We also use rich text capability to really make impactful messages that I can send to other Windows 95 users or send to other users, for example, on the information highway.
All right, what is autoplay? That's an easy way now to use multimedia?
Multimedia in Windows 95 has never been easier. Through autoplay, all I have to do is take the CD-ROM that has an autoplay enabled application, put it in the CD-ROM, close it, and even a 4-year-old can now use multimedia. And what will happen is the application will automatically start and all the users.
This was a great way to install viruses on computers. Before there were like autoplay settings of like don't automatically launch an application from external media. Was there a Sega Dreamcast in the background? Or are you just talking about this? This is just a PC.
Put it in the CD-ROM.
Oh, this is a CD-ROM.
Close it, and even a 4-year-old can now use multimedia. And what will happen is
Wait,
the
was Clippy
application
in
will
Windows
automatically
95?
start, and all the user has to do is simply click on it.
So Windows automatically detects you've just inserted a CD-ROM and figures, well, I guess he wanted to launch it, so it launches it.
And it'll do that, or it may help the user configure the application.
All right, another thing, there's no DOS now sitting underneath the new Windows 95. What happens to my old DOS applications that I still want to use?
Old DOS applications can still run in Windows 95 just as they do today under MS-DOS, but they also have new capabilities, so I can access them from my Start button and launch directly.
Exactly.
You can also use existing MS-DOS-based device drivers as well.
Okay, so this is a game which happens to normally run under DOS, but without going out to DOS, I can just launch this directly.
Exactly.
And can I run a DOS app in a window inside Win95?
I can even run it within a window.
Wow.
Okay, pretty cool. Windows 95, thanks a lot. All right, now just as sure as night follows day, when Microsoft comes out with a new version of its operating system, Peter Norton is usually right behind with a new upgrade of the Norton Utilities program. Here to show us the new Norton Utilities for Windows 95 is Enrique Salem of Symantec. All right, every time Microsoft comes out with one of these things, you guys jump up real quick and say, we've got some things that isn't inside Windows that every user ought to have. What do you have in the new Norton?
Okay. The utilities are specifically designed and architected for Windows 95. They're full 32-bit programs that take advantage of the multitasking and multi-threading capabilities of Windows 95. Prior to installing Windows 95, there's a couple things that a user should do. These utilities that you'll be seeing are actually the Win32 versions. We also ship the DOS versions with the product.
All right.
I'm pretty sure they were recording it with the camera. You'll actually see the flashing and like the scan lines. We'll see when they show the screen again.
So you're saying this Norton Utilities is good to run with Windows 95, but you should also run it before you install Windows 95.
Absolutely.
All right, to do what?
Okay, the first thing that a user should do is run NDiags to test their hardware. It does a comprehensive hardware test that checks things like IRQ conflicts and memory errors. The second step that you want to do is run the Norton Disk Doctor to make sure that your hard disk is free from errors. Let's take a quick look here at the Norton Disk Doctor. Some of the options that we've built in are the backgrounding capability. This takes advantage of the multitasking capabilities of Windows 95 and is always running in the background to make sure that your hard drive is always clean. The next step is Space Wizard, a brand new piece of the utilities. What Space Wizard does is over time people tend to accumulate files that they don't need. Things like temporary files and duplicate files. So what you're seeing here is a list of some of the files that Space Wizard has found.
Now how does Space Wizard know these are files I don't need anymore?
What it does is it's looking for specific extensions, and it doesn't actually delete them. What it does is it lists them out for the user so that the user can go ahead and decide what they want to remove either to a floppy drive or to a network drive.
Okay.
And the main thing with this utility is it's very safe. The last step that you want to do is run speed disk. Speed disk makes sure that your hard drive is defragmented and make sure your computer is running at peak performance.
All right, so it gets Windows 95 running at its max, and it gets your computer set up so it'll take care of Windows 95, huh?
Exactly.
Okay, that's the Norton Utilities for Windows 95. Now, there are some of you out there who just get livid with all this talk about Windows. I'm talking about the OS2 fans. It's hard to find a group of users who are more passionate about a product. So let's take a look at the newest version of IBM's OS2 called Warp.
The VLSI Systems Lab...
okay, so OS2 was also, like, this was before IBM computers ran Windows. Is that the thing here? OS2 is like the competitor, along with Mac. Yeah. Hey, what's up, Oscar? Welcome in.
Stanford University is looking for more efficient ways to convert data into useful information. The lab's experiments involve the fabrication of very large-scale integrated circuits, work that requires designing, building, and testing new models using computers at every step.
The way we use the computers in the lab is to integrate them as the controlling mechanism for our design, simulation, and testing of the constructed parts. So the computers are connected to all the instruments you can see behind me and permit us to manage the instrument and capture the data from the instrument. But the
I was thinking the same thing, Oscar. Like, what are they doing now?
That meant that the computer could be managing the flow of data to and from an instrument and running other applications at the same time was also key to the whole system being productive.
The VLSI lab has been using IBM's OS2 for several years and recently graduated to the latest version called Warp. The lab's directors settled on OS2 as a friendlier alternative to Unix, and the newest version has...
Wow, so I never used OS2. I used Windows 95, Windows 98, like earlier versions of Mac, but I never used OS2. Apparently IBM had a GUI operating system
has features to make the system more stable and the interface easier to use.
It is more stable than the system before. I think I feel more strongly than most people that computers ought to really work.
There are still systems that run OS2. I mean, have they kept it up to date, or are you talking about like extreme legacy systems that like haven't been updated since then?
And the fact is that when we've run the lab course, the computers have run through all the lab sessions. The students have never had to experience waiting around with nothing to do while the computer gets restarted.
An easy install program automatically identifies and configures the hardware to meet specifications. A toolbar called the Launchpad permits direct access to commonly used applications, folders, and printers. There's even a basic plug-and-play menu to help hapless users with problem-plagued installations. Amazingly, all this runs on less memory.
I see, yeah, so Viper Electric is mentioning some places are running on systems that are over 25 years old just because they work. Yeah. So they stopped upgrading OS2 in 2006. Fascinating.
IBM did something that is extraordinarily unusual. They really did explicitly decide the next system is going to use less memory, and we're just going to sit down and figure out how to do it. The system is clearly tighter and has better performance on large systems as well as small. But as I said, that discipline of sitting down and saying, this time we're going to make the software smaller is practically a first in the industry.
For the Computer Chronicles, I'm Giles Bateman.
This is the music that's going to make me
One reason Windows has been dominating in the OS battle is the strong support of software applications developers, and that's continuing with Windows 95. It's not even out yet, but many software vendors are already poised to launch Win95 versions of their applications. We're going to show you two of them. And here to help us get started is Ted Johnson of Shapeware, the guys who make Visio.
Hello, Stuart.
As an applications developer, what does Windows 95 mean to you? How do you take advantage of the new operating system environment to make your application work?
This is what I want to know.
First step, of course, you want to get to be a 32-bit application. Take advantage of the performance improvements and reliability improvements offered in that environment. But second, and I think more important to the users, is embrace the user interface changes that Windows 95 is bringing out.
All right, show me what you mean by that.
Well, one part of Windows 95 is a change from thinking about applications to thinking about data.
What you want to do rather than how to do it.
Exactly. And when we install Visio, we include templates for a collection of different drawing types presented here with different icons and, of course, long file names using that feature of Windows 95.
They keep harping on the long file names. That's so funny. We can have more than 8 characters in the file name.
So you're really taking...
have I seen this guy? Oh, yeah, I have. Yeah, I have.
That Windows 95 paradigm and putting it inside your application.
Or even here outside the application before I've launched Visio.
Right.
I go in here and I say I want to do a flowchart by double-clicking the flowchart icon. I come up with a collection of flowchart symbols which I can drag and drop onto my drawing page. We'll make a very, very brief flowchart here.
And again, it's all graphic, it's all drag and drop.
Exactly. We've applied the drag and drop idea in Visio to graphics. Of course, we also have smart connections. You can add text to shapes very easily. And add text to connectors, as you would expect. And be able to do all of that very, very seamlessly from within the application.
All right, so what are some of the other things that Visio does, Ted?
Well, let me use the Windows taskbar to shift back to our Visio 32 window and open up a folder where I have some drawings I've created earlier. I have a plan, I guess, maybe I'd like for my dream office. Let me just take that icon here and show you. I'll drag that right into the Visio window, and Visio opens that up here, again, using a capability of Windows 95 of drag and drop across applications. I've always wanted an office that was large enough to fit a sofa, and I can try to drag that into the floor plan and see if it works. And well, things look a little tight here. Maybe we'll zoom in for a slightly closer view. A little tight with this file cabinet. Let me bring that over here. I'll rotate the file cabinet, maybe drop it into the corner and say, well, yeah, I think that works.
All right.
Though I don't really like the color of that. I'll use the right mouse button to bring up a context-sensitive menu.
So again, you're using right mouse button capability.
Again, part of the user interface guidelines of Windows 95. We'd expect to see these embraced by all of the applications which will bear the logo designed for Windows 95.
Right. So again, with Visio, you can not only do the layout stuff, you can actually do the patterns and fill them in and
do the patterns,
ugly sofas like that.
Ugly sofas like that, and if you need to come in here and measure it, I mean, if you're doing a floor plan, you'd like to measure it, and you'd like to see that in fact is a 15-foot office. Visio has that capability too. Not just simple diagrammatic type of things like flowcharts, but actual measured floor plans and space plans, such as this. Again, the variety of things that Visio can do in that task-oriented view we saw earlier.
All right, thanks for showing us Visio, Ted.
You're welcome, Stuart.
I thought he was going to talk about how to develop apps. I guess he's a developer for Visio. I'd be curious though, like, was there I mean, I don't think there was a Visual Studio, but like, what was the development environment for like Windows 95? Welcome in. I see lots of names we didn't see earlier. What's up, Ched? And Koala Bear, good to see you. Avi's asking, would I install the Chrome extension that I talked about in a past stream? Is it the Auto HD one? Why do you want me to install it? Do you want to see if it works in Firefox or what? Is Delphi it? And what's up, Keysor? You're a member of the Live Coders team. That's awesome. Welcome in. Visual Studio 3.0. You found the guy.
All right, let's take a look now at another new application which takes advantage of Windows 95, Picture Publisher 5.0. Here to help answer our questions is
YouTube Time Manager. What does it do? Oh, it tells you how long you've been on YouTube. Wow. This is cool. I don't want to install it. I don't want to know how long I've been on YouTube, Avi. I'm on YouTube way too much. You can get Delphi. So Delphi is like a development environment.
Craig Simmons of Micrographics.
Good to be here.
First question I have for you is really the same one I had for Ted. As an applications developer, how do you take advantage of Windows 95 to make your app run better and use that environment better?
Well, again, as Ted stated, things that are important are the interface, being consistent with the user interface. And as you can see here, we have done similar things with the right mouse button for the power users. Instant access and a context-sensitive tool. Also, under Windows 95, one of the most important things we can do for an image editing application like Picture Publisher is take advantage of threading. And let me show
you the multi-threading so you can really move faster in a graphics-intensive application.
Right. Because one of the problems with image editors has always been bitmaps, moving pixels, a lot of time doing that. Productivity is one of the most important things to Picture Publisher. So this image right here, we have already recorded a macro of all the commands we've applied to this image. So we'll just go ahead and activate that. Now, unlike
So BJ Sebastian says, I was writing code in Visual Basic 3 when Windows 95 came out. The first Visual Studio in 97 came out a couple years later. I see. Yeah, and Keysor is mentioning that Delphi was visual widgets with drag and drop, and you use Pascal to code.
16-bit windows, I can click on another window and continue to work. Notice this is our task manager showing you what's...
So it's still performing that other job, but you're able to move into a second task and work on it simultaneously.
You betcha. So while that one's working, we're going to start creating a composite here with our object layers. We'll put a hat there. I guess it's kind of an old blue planet here. There we go. And we'll group them together by selecting them both. Notice Task Manager's still working in the background. Now we'll even paste in some fire, because he's a real hot artist. Go to the microphone. I know it's in here somewhere.
Multitasking.
Paste that down.
Yeah, that's funny.
Now notice these are also floating objects. I can move it to the back. But also notice our Task Manager is empty.
Right.
So let's click back. Look what's happened.
He's done the work.
Done all that work. Now I didn't have to do it. Now let's say, for example...
you can really do two things at once and therefore be more productive using this.
You betcha. As a matter of fact, you can do more than two things at once because you can batch up these commands, as many as you want to. Let's say, for example, if you're a client of mine and you don't like this background, well, in other image editing applications, you'd have to go back and redo the whole piece of artwork. But with Picture Publisher, we have what we call the command list. Every command is stored that you've applied to the image. So what we can do is go back, all the way back to the beginning.
Wait. This is Redux time travel debugging in 1995. Can I do two things at a time? No, I've slowly gotten really bad at multitasking. They got undo and the command pattern, but this is like in your Redux store, you have like every action that has modified the state, and then you can like time travel. And what's up, Comfy Fusion? Welcome in, or Comfy Cushion.
Right here to our texture fill. Delete it, and reinsert a new texture fill, and we'll go ahead and apply that. Again, going off, creating another task. I can continue working here.
Doing the job in the background, and you can go back and work on this job.
Right, so this is, say we're doing a 2-page layout.
I think it's a great idea, Comfy Cushion. We gotta... I mean, it's only 480p. There we go, that's more accurate. Right?
I'm continuing to work. When that's done, that will come back up to the front. We're creating that chroma mask, and it'll finish up. Now it's ready for the fill. So we'll go ahead and we'll drop in a texture fill. As you can see, texture filling. I'm always kept up on the progress with the Task Manager. Very important feature in Picture Publisher. Finishes up the texture fill. Now all those other commands that created the rest of that image, we can go ahead and let it work. And let's finish up this piece of artwork. Select our selector tool and move that. Now we want to drop in a little radio because it's talk radio here. Paste. And we'll close down what we call our clipboard browser. And we're going to drop in a drop shadow. Just by holding down the Shift key, clicking and dragging off a copy, we'll just fill with black. Drop shadow should be that easy. Again, two tasks now simultaneously. Change the transparency, move it to the back, and we'll also notice in the background that this image is finished.
Wow. So you're doing all that stuff is going on at the same time. So I mean, you really can take advantage of the multi-threading of the speed and the power of this environment.
That's right, and it's very easy to use, very productive to not have to jump up to here to your menus.
I'm amazed that these all of the demos that they've shown so far are like no issues. Now, this is a TV show, so it's possible that they had to do multiple takes, but the way that the host runs the show, I forget his name, makes it feel like you don't have a second chance. It's kind of like he's keeping things moving along. So the fact that all these demos have worked is pretty crazy.
Just off your right mouse button. Also a common look and feel. Feels very friendly to the user. And something as simple as bubble hints, as we call them, to remind you of what your tools are. These are all kind of standard features under a Chicago or a Windows 95.
What used to be Chicago.
What used to be
right.
Chicago Windows 95 compatible app.
Now you couldn't have done this under Windows 3.1?
No, we actually, our 16-bit version has every feature you see here except the threading. So I can't pop between different images. I'd have to batch them up at night and play them. So.
Okay, so that's the new picture publisher for micrographics under Windows 95. All right.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing, Liminal. Like, the dude's just standing back there. In other episodes, I feel like they leave. Like, they're not standing there anymore. Maybe he's going to demo something else? I don't know. I mean, maybe not. The episode's almost over.
We're out of time for this week's Computer Chronicles. Remember, if you have any questions about anything you've seen on today's show, or if you'd
leave a comment. No, you can't.
like to suggest topics for future shows, check out our Computers on Television forum on CompuServe. The command is...
Computers on Television forum on CompuServe. Yeah, send a letter if you have a question.
Go Chronicles. That's it for this week's show. I'm Stuart Chaffee. We'll see you here next time.
Stuart Chaffee, yeah. Stuart Chaffee, I've said it before, he's an amazing host. Like, the fact that he can just move through all these people doing their demos and, like, keep the show rolling and, like, he hits all his cues, he's fantastic. All right, that was fun. That was really fun. Don't forget to hit that notification bell. All right. Is there a pinned message? I think the message unpinned itself, right? Cool. I do want to show you this though. I just got it in the mail. And I'm pretty excited about it. This. Well, not that. This. A Raspberry Pi case that looks like a Game Boy. But you put a Raspberry Pi Zero inside of it and it runs an emulator OS. Yeah, let me show you. Okay, first up. It looks great. Oh, that's awesome. That is sick. It looks so good. It looks like a legit, original Game Boy. And then so this is the cartridge. And someone stole me from when I was in elementary school. Yeah, the cartridge. You put a Raspberry Pi wireless inside of this, and then you pop it in. Yeah, and then it has a rechargeable battery. But the other interesting thing is they're actually like bumpers on the back. So if you're playing a game, like you could play the Nintendo 64 games on this thing, or maybe even like more complex emulators. But these are like left and right bumpers, so you have like the full gaming experience. Screwdriver, charging cable. Grand Theft Auto 5. I mean, I don't know the specs of the Raspberry Pi wireless. Oh, wow. I didn't realize this. The kit came with an SD card. Oh, you know what? The SD card might actually be preloaded with the OS they use for emulation. Let's play retro games. Yeah, so it came with a charging cable. So this just plugs in. Is that it? No, that's headphones. Oh, right here. And then it charges over USB. Is it focusing now? Or I'll like zoom in. I kind of okay. Since we're chilling, I want to hook this up. I want to see if I can get this going. I mean, it might have already come with a charge, but let's see if I can also like run it off of the USB cable. So here's a Raspberry Pi wireless, or Raspberry Pi wireless. Yeah, should be. Raspberry Pi Zero W. Oh wait, do I need a Raspberry Pi Zero 2? No. Okay, it's supported. The Zero W is supported. Also, I can make this bigger. Yeah, I guess I'd be interested. I have to look at the specs. Yeah, this one's from 2016. Fascinating. I've had this for a very long time then. Okay. Now, I did install this heatsink. I don't know if that's going to fit in this case here. Let's see. Oh. Oh. It just pops open. Yeah, I don't think the heatsink's gonna work, so I just have to pull this off. It's a tiny PC. Wait, I'm pretty sure this didn't come with a heatsink, right? Let me double check. Because I don't think... Oh, wait, maybe it does. No heatsink? What's up, Finder? It didn't come with it? All right. Yeah, it'll come off. I guess, should I heat it up? If that's glue, it looks like it's like a adhesive pad. I think it's some pliers. Heat it? Yeah, I think you're right. I want to loosen the adhesive. I'm just gonna go put it. I'm gonna go put it under a blow dryer. I'll be right back. I am muted, but that worked, and it seems fine. But it looks like it came with its own little mini heatsink that I can put on there. So yeah, it came off just fine. I don't think I damaged the chip. There's a little bit of adhesive left, but I think we're good. And actually, I think I can let me disable autofocus on this camera. There we go. Okay. I'm going to look at the instructions, but I do think they want me to put this heatsink that it came with. Take out 3. Plug in the Raspberry Pi Zero. It didn't say anything about it, but I would assume. Yeah, we're avoiding work right now. I would assume. Yeah, I'm gonna. They wouldn't give us this for no reason, so. Yeah, but check it out. We got a RetroFlag GPi case, so it runs on a little Raspberry Pi W. And you can emulate games. Yeah, that looks good. There's no like weird contacts or anything. Cool. SD card in. Plug. And then the GPIO are just attaching to these pins, it looks like. Oh, I see. And then this is like a little cover for the micro SD. So I do it like, yeah. If I do it like this, then I can make sure the holes are lined up. Come on. Right now the SD card is getting in the way of the pins. And I guess do I just take that out? Yeah. You just take this out, apparently, if you want it to fit. Okay. All right. What's the chances we'll boot and start games on the first try? I don't know. First of all, we need to make sure that it's actually charged. And then I don't know. I don't know if the SD card comes preloaded or not. If it doesn't, then I'm going to have to flash it with a specific OS. All right. Plug it in. Turn it on. Power light is on. Contrast down, contrast up. It's actually doing something. It makes a Windows XP sound, yeah. Well, the on light is on. I would think we would see some kind of like boot menu though, is the thing. I'm trying to focus the camera right now. Give me a second. I don't think it would do anything without the cartridge, because, I mean, I guess it could. Let's see. No, it doesn't even turn on without the cartridge. Load the cartridge? Maybe it needs to charge more? I have no idea. It's plugged in. I mean, I haven't tried using this Pi in a long time. Check if the battery contact needs to be removed. Okay, I'll do that. But yeah, I haven't used this Pi in years, so I actually have no idea if it still works. Looks like it's already just plugged in. Apparently there's like a USB connection inside though. Well, I can hear the sound. Yeah, I mean, that's possible that the SD card is empty. I would expect to at least see a boot menu though. Oh wait, it came with screws. Am I supposed to screw it in? Maybe that's it. Like it doesn't have full contact. Let's do that. There are 4 screw holes here, so let's do that. How to boot up faster. Okay, but I would just expect to see some kind of indication. I've seen Pi's boot without an SD card. Like they at least just show the BIOS, right? What's up, ST Mizzy? Good to see you. I mean, I don't think these screws complete any sort of contact, and I don't think there was any sort of like contact that these screws are completing. But let's see. Also, I might just have to load the SD card. It's not an HDMI LCD, so you wouldn't see anything before the software started. Okay. What's up, naptime.js? Yeah, that was a long time ago. Plug in. Power on. I guess we just leave it and then also do a little bit of research. You're not going to be able to see my screen while I'm doing this, but that's okay. I think I do. I'll try that. I'll try that if I can't get it working. Oh, we have to do this patch because it's outputting over GPIO. So we have to patch the OS. Okay. Also, I mean, I should probably just plug the SD card in to see what's on it. Because if it's an empty SD card, then we know for sure it needs to be formatted. I need my USB converter. It is a completely empty SD card. So I was wrong. Okay. Recall. Okay, that's what I was looking for. Like, so I know you can't see my screen, but they're recommending we get this thing called Recall Box. Recall Box system is recommended. No need to install any display patch and safe shutdown. Oh, we just get it by default. I am not left-handed. I use a left-handed mouse because I had really bad wrist issues for a long time. So this prevents me from using my right hand as much. Create our recall box. Recall box. Recall? Choose your experience. Handheld. Choose your handheld console. This one. All right. Cool. I'm going to download. I'll hide my screen while I do the download and Flash and everything. Cool. I mean, this is interesting to show. They have distributions for all the different kinds. So I have a GPi case 2W with a Raspberry Pi 0. I think. Pretty sure that's what I have. Yeah, I was looking at their site. They have like a Sega Genesis case and an NES case. It's cool stuff for sure. No, not that one. Let's see what you got. Yeah, that's where I'm at. That's where I'm at. Big download. How big was it? Oh, okay. They just have a slow server. 600 megabytes. Yes, and I will use my ROM ripper to grab the ROM files. I will not download them illegally. Wait, does Recalbox have like a ROM downloader? I guess, I mean, it's a full-fledged computer. I should be able to like launch a web browser, right? Yeah, you can see on their site all the emulators that they have. That's cool. Cool. Well, I remember the days of Game Boy Color and like playing. I had Pokemon Blue, and then I also had a Sega Genesis, and I played like Mortal Kombat. And there was actually this Aerosmith game that I played on Sega Genesis. And then I also played like Banjo and Kazooie on Nintendo 64, and also Pokemon Snap on Nintendo 64. What else? That's mainly it. I also played on NES and Super NES, like Mario. There was like a baseball game that I played on Super Nintendo. Have I played Medal of Honor and PS1? It sounds familiar because I had a PS1 when I was a kid as well. Oh, we're in an ad break. Okay. Oh, you can emulate PlayStation on there? That's awesome. Fascinating. Yeah, so for like PS1, I played like mainly just Tony Hawk's Pro Skater. I'm trying to remember. Yeah, I mean, when I was a kid, I there was an ad for a PlayStation for sale in the town I lived in. And then when I went there to pick it up, the guy was actually selling modded PlayStations, and he was like, "Pick 10 games," and then he just burned 10 games to CD. I didn't realize it was piracy at the time, but I did have a modded PS1 that could play burnt games. Um, so that was a thing. Yeah. You can download a car. Yeah. Cool. Cool. Let's see if it's done. It's verifying. I'd be curious just to at least. I mean, maybe we won't play a game. I at least want to boot up and then see if they have like a menu for connecting to Wi-Fi. That would be great because then I wouldn't have to do anything like manual editing of config files, and then from there I could just like download games. Yeah. Oh wow. Saw a cool video that someone tried to dump the ROM with sound. When you brick a ROM after 10 hours, it plays the bytecode as sound waves. Fascinating. Who hydrated? right, I'll see you, Pablo. And yeah, I'll like message me in the morning or like tomorrow morning for you. But it is very likely we will have Pablo on as a guest on stream tomorrow. Yeah, it looks like they have recall box for a lot of different things. You can get it for PC, you can get it for Odroid. Put it on a regular Raspberry Pi. Yeah. I don't know if I've seen that interview, BJ Sebastian. I did watch a few documentaries about him creating like the next computer, like with a team. And they're all like ideating and stuff like that. But yeah. That's the plan, Oscar. I want to use Twitch's guest thing because it'll actually show Pablo's username in the title, and then people can like follow him because they do stream. So yeah, that's what I want to do. And sounds good, Pablo. Have a good night. Cool. Yeah, we'll at least try to chat like maybe an hour before you come on, before I go live. I'm just gonna try to boot now. Let's see. See ya. Here we go. Is it like this? Yes. Okay. SD card in. See you later, Stony. In. Power. On. And I will wait for it to boot. Wait, is something happening? No. It's happening! I guess you can't really see that. There we go. I don't think it's a touchscreen. Wow! Welcome to Recalbox. The installation of the latest version is in progress, only a few minutes before you start your game. The Recalbox team is very proud of you. Oh, is very proud you chose this. So, like, you're proud of me? Very proud you chose this. Okay. Find all these features in your console. Great. This Computer Chronicles screen recording? Yeah. Like, cool. I guess we just gotta let it install. Why are there lines on it? I don't see lines. Are there lines? No, it looks good to me. I mean, I think that's part of the image, like on the left-hand side. Yeah, I haven't removed the sticker yet. I'm gonna leave it on for now. Can it run Crysis? What console does Crysis run on? Xbox? I don't think it can do it can definitely play Doom. But I don't think it can do Windows emulation. Oh wait, so they had it for Xbox 360. Yeah, I don't think you can emulate Xbox 360 on it. Oh, you can connect to a network share to get games onto it. It's happening! All right, I'm going to turn autofocus on now because I keep moving it. Can I crop it to the screen and scale it up? Sure. I won't be able to play it like this, though. I think eventually I'm going to come up here and then I'll move the camera up there. It's happening. Wow. Okay, so you can like choose which system you want to emulate. Let's do game. Wait. MS-DOS. You just activated the shaders for all systems. Oh, wait. B? How do I go back? I'm pressing the wrong buttons. Oh, I forgot. I can actually just plug in. I can literally plug it in. Yeah, it literally has an audio cable right there. All right, let's see if I can get Game Boy Color going. Okay, you're right. I'll turn. Let me. Okay, one thing at a time. But let me turn autofocus off. Game Boy Color. Select. Oh, they have Wing Warriors. Oh, we'll just play the game they got. I'm guessing I will, I'll need to pull the SD card out. I'll need to pull the SD card out and then like I can, put ROMs on it. I wonder if this is like a custom ROM that was like created more recently, which is why they're able to include it on here. dead. Game over. I mean, yeah, that's a whole endeavor, right? Like figuring out like Game Boy ROM custom ROM development. I see. So yeah, Wing Warriors is something somebody created like a couple years ago. Okay, how do I go back to the main menu now? Oh yeah, copyright 2020. Fascinating. Hold start. I think I hold this button. Oh wow, that's really cool, Linzon. So they actually built the game and then had it published on a cartridge. All right, I need the user manual. how do I go back to the main menu? Hotkey plus start. What's the hotkey? According to the Recall Box forum, documentation. Basic usage. Special commands? In the game. Exit the current game to return to the game list. Hotkey plus start. What is my hotkey? Which first might be defined in the controller's settings options. I'll just try them all, like left, right, start, select start. Oh, I think it was plus. This button here. Ooh, we have a couple of games for Game Boy. All right, let's play Pong, and then I'll get back to prioritizing features. Here we go. Copy. Is it supposed to be choppy? Wait. Oh, it's... I'm controlling both players? I don't want to do that. Go back. Okay, yeah, so now I'm against an AI. We have reached an impasse. I don't even have to move. They're just hitting it to the same spot every time. That's got to be a bug, right? I'm not even moving. That could be fun, right? Taquito, we make it so that you all can yeah, we can just let this this game play forever. No hands. But yeah, we could, honestly, I don't think I would do it on a remote device, but we could actually set, oh, okay. Gotta get back into it. We could set up an emulator with like remote input. And then that could be controlled by Twitch chat. It's like subtly different, but I like, again, I'm not moving. Cool. Okay, this is my hotkey. This key and this took me back home. All right, this is awesome. I am very excited about this purchase. I'm gonna load some ROMs onto it, and then yeah, play my Game Boy. It's dope. It has like a shutdown menu too. Shutdown system. Yes. It was $90. Do not power off until the system said something. But here's the thing. If you look for just regular Game Boys, like a Game Boy Classic, minimum is like $70 or $80, and even for like non-working ones. So I was like, all right, do I try to just get a Game Boy? Or do I get this, which looks cool, looks like a Game Boy, but can also just run thousands of games? And so I just went for this because retro consoles are expensive. All right. You know, I mean, it's also like, if you prefer the nostalgia of like an actual Game Boy Classic or Game Boy Color, there's that too. But this, like I said, this can emulate so many other systems. All right, I'm gonna switch my category, change my title, and for 1 hour, I am going to prioritize features. We're gonna try to talk about what are the main things we need to get our app working and ready for production. So I'm going to set a 1 hour and 5 minute timer. Here we go. Now there are multiple places I have features listed. So we have just this devlog, which is just full of things, but I forgot, I need to update my title and stuff. Let me do that really quick. The app needs to, or my app that has nothing to do with playing games needs to have an emulator. Okay. Well, actually, I think you said that jokingly, but I forgot we actually wanted to add a mini game into the app, and I'll show you why. Yeah, I will show you why. So right now, let me start up the app. So right now, whenever you create a list, actually, Keezer, I don't know if you were here when we're actually working on this app. I don't know if you showed up during Computer Chronicles, but this app allows you to create lists of YouTube channels. But check it out. The first time you create a list, it has to cache all of that data in Redis. And so when that's happening, we wanted to like show like a mini game or something like that. I don't think that's going to be MVP, but we actually had talked about this before. Okay, so let's say I want to create a list. I'm going to put all the Good Mythical Morning channels in there. So Good Mythical Morning, Good Mythical More, Ear Biscuits, and Mythical Kitchen, and then also Rhett and Link. So this list is going to have all of these YouTube channels in it. You'll notice after I create, did I press the button? Create. Yeah, this is going to spin. Well, that was really quick. I think because we cached these earlier. But the first time they ever cache, it's spinning for a while. And our thought was, all right, if it's going to need to cache that much data, what if we let the user play like a mini game or something like that when it's off caching data? But again, I don't think that's going to be MVP. Okay. Updated the title. Let me just start working on a markdown file that has features inside of it. Now, we have GitHub issues with some features that have been requested. And then we also just have this file of like all my notes and stuff we've talked about before that I have never written down. But here we go. This is absolutely a feature that needs to exist. On video end, play next video. Great. And actually, I might even just put that at the top, or for now, at the top of the devlog file. That is absolutely something we need, because right now the video just ends and then it's over. Add icon library, and then we also want like set icons. Put icons on all action buttons. Like right now, we don't have an icon library, so these just say like view and edit, and like create should have a little icon, and logout should have an icon, and all of these should have icons. Okay. List create user experience. Only show the channel avatar. Let's see. So when I'm creating and I search for a channel, yeah, I don't know if this would be MVP because this page technically works. And see you later, Itakito. Thank you for hanging out. Like this page technically works. So I wouldn't call it MVP, but the user experience isn't amazing because like you add this here. This is taking up a ton of space. And then like once you have a few channels in this list, this starts to expand and then like pushes down. The user experience isn't amazing, but it technically works. And then again, I don't think this is MVP, but we could technically do desktop styles where instead of having this on top of each other, almost like a master detail view, where like, yeah, left-hand side is the channels that have been added and the right-hand side is your channel search. And so you have a lot more space to work with. But yeah, I don't think it's MVP. Infinite scroll and pagination on the list page. Yeah, I think we definitely need this because right now, when you are on a list, it just loads everything. Look, we can go back in time. Videos that were published 17 years ago. YouTube existed 17 years ago, surprisingly. But this, we literally load every single video. And we shouldn't do that. We should lazy load and also infinite scroll. So this will be list page, infinite scroll, pagination, lazy loading. And I think filtering lists will also be MVP. So list sorting and filtering. So sort by most views, sort by oldest, and sort by most likes. I'm trying to think, help me out in the chat. Are there any other, oh, I'm missing chats. Sorry about that. Redis is supposed to be fast. Caching should take less than 1 millisecond. What game can you play during that time? Oh, Redis is totally fast. The YouTube API is slow because we can only request, I think, up to 50 videos at a time. And I think we are at least requesting the channels in parallel. But like, that's the slow part is the API. Putting it into the Redis cache is fast. Yeah. A Pong game with the YouTube logo? Yeah, I'm sorry I missed all these chats. Yes, a good call, Chapman. We'll add that to the list. Authorization and authentication for list visibility. How do I recover the scroll position? I don't know if I do. It's not maximum videos per day. It's like, it's request based. Running the app locally on my machine, I've never hit any quotas, but we might. But yeah, let me add this to the list. So list permissions and auth. So you cannot, so let's say this, private lists cannot be viewed, can only be viewed by the creator. Cool. Yeah, help me out. Can anyone think of any other sorting or filtering that you would want to do on the page of video? So we have these videos here. Ooh, I thought of one. We want different tabs. We want videos, shorts, and live streams, and the ability to toggle each on or off. Like, it would be great if I could uncheck shorts, and now no shorts are listed in the feed at all. I don't even think I would do pages, like tabbed pages. I think it would literally just be toggles, and that way, if you only want to view shorts, you can just turn off live streams and videos. I'm not going to do community posts. I don't think that's MVP. So let's say like toggle for shorts and for videos and for live streams. Yeah. Well, the metadata that we get back from YouTube will have this information, whether or not it's a video, a live stream, or a short. And so that's what I'm going to be filtering on. Oh, I like that, Bob. Random, or like I'm feeling lucky. To get like a completely random order of videos to just binge, I guess. Cool. What else? What about sorting by channel with it? Oh, well, this is what I'm thinking of as well. We should be able to toggle channels. So I'm on this page, but let's say in my list of videos here, I don't want to see ear biscuits. I should be able to just toggle that visibility, and now the list doesn't show any videos from that channel. And it's not that I want to remove them from the list. It's just right now in my like as a user of the app that's browsing the videos, I don't necessarily want to see them. So being able to toggle those on and off, I think, would be good. And then, so what do you mean, Blue Soccer Ref, about sorting by channel within the list? Do you mean like show all the videos from this first and then this one second, that kind of thing? Or I guess choosing the order in which like if two channels publish the video in the same day, like which one gets listed first? Right now, it's purely sorted by publish date. A range selector for duration. That might actually be a good filter, though. So just filter by duration. So like min and max. Yeah, so we have sort by views, sort by newest or oldest, sort by likes, completely randomize the order, choose which channels show up in the results, filter by duration, toggle the different types of videos. Cool. Does it know what videos you already watched? It doesn't. YouTube does. And right now we are not using the privacy embed. So the YouTube embed here actually has your logged in YouTube information, not the account that you're logged in with here, just in this web browser. If you're logged in on Google, when you're watching this video, it counts in your actual YouTube watch history. I don't think analytics and like whether or not you viewed a video, I don't know if I want that to be MVP. ultimately, the MVP is just the ability to filter and watch videos in this way, not necessarily analytics. I like that. Yeah, previous and next buttons. So right now we have on video and play next video, but we actually do want previous and next buttons. So the speed is, so we're just using the YouTube embed and it has playback speed here. So you can just use that. And our app does not support playlists. We are only I mean, that would be interesting as well. Like imagine combining playlists. Like you're in this list and you pick 2 playlists and now it combines the videos of those 2 playlists. That's like future features for sure. Okay, so I think in general, a queue is probably something we want to support, like across the whole site. Like you have your play queue, where you could, whatever's in the queue, you could actually jump back to some other list and then like add this video to your play queue. I like that key sort. And actually, in general, I mean, what we're getting at here is like user preferences. And these are things that you would set globally that would apply to all videos, like video speed, autoplay. But I do like the idea of like a user preferences page where you can set these things. And all of this is on the list page, believe it or not. This is the all of this are features for the list page. Yeah. When we've already watched a video, we can display that video last in the grid. Yeah, I think this also comes down to like analytics. So keeping track of user behavior and then act accordingly in the UI. But I don't think that I'm going to consider that MVP. Yeah, I like volume. You probably could also set your preferred quality. I don't know if the YouTube Embed API lets you set quality. Okay, these are really old Stack Overflow answers, but let's see if we can actually force it to, if we can force it to be tiny, then we can actually allow the user to set their preferred quality. So on the watch page is where we are embedding the video. And then we have a component. Also, we have a lot of type errors. I wonder why. Oh, it's like a, okay, never mind. I'm not gonna should probably fix this, but this is like, I think because of the module type. Oof. Why didn't our type checker catch this earlier? Okay. And then what is the video element? Oh, we're using a separate library called YouTube Player. Did they have options for quality? Video playback quality. It's just a string. What if I do tiny? It's setting it to HD. I'm curious if the YouTube enhancer extension is messing with that. Okay, so you can no longer set playback quality. All right, I don't think it's MVP. I'm not gonna worry about it. But I am very concerned about the fact that there are TypeScript errors everywhere that we didn't catch earlier. But I can't worry about that right now. All right. Quality, we'll do that in the future. Let's see. So this is a mini website that has a bunch of videos on it. Oh, like you just manually put a bunch of iframe embeds in it or something like that from YouTube? Okay. I think that covers everything in this file. Now I'm going to go look at the GitHub issues to see if there's anything else that will add to the MVP list. But yeah, let me check it out. Oh, I see. So there's just a bunch of videos that you want to watch, and then you put them all on like in a list that you can navigate through. That's cool. Okay. Are these things we can implement over 2 days? I feel like we can. I think it's all barring anything getting super complex and or broken because of what we're using for like with I don't know what I'm trying to say. It feels like most of these features should be fairly easy to implement. But I don't know. I'm really bad at estimating. Okay. We have these 5-hour stream every day. Well, ultimately, on Wednesday, I might just stay live until I can actually deploy. And obviously, like, maybe we don't get all of this stuff done, but maybe we get a good portion of it done. And we get it to a point where I'm happy with it, and I'm happy with putting it out into the world for people to use. Okay, let's go look at the GitHub issues. And pull anything into this list. Refactor the auth buttons. Okay. Yeah, well, this is one thing that I want to put on here. It's not UI, but it is a message queue so that this will actually be a separate service running that will do the job of calling the YouTube API and putting it into the Redis cache. And that will not be integrated with the SvelteKit app. The SvelteKit app will purely just read from the Redis store to get the cached data. But the reason we're going to do that is like if two users create a list that both have the same channel on them, we don't want to be doubling the work. We don't want our backend to be caching the API requests for the same channel all at the same time. Basically, the SvelteKit app needs to put in a request into the message queue that says, hey, I am waiting for, or I wish to see the cached video data for the Coding Garden channel. They put that into the message queue. The service that actually calls the API pulls that message from the message queue, does the API request, puts it into the Redis store, and then fires off a message that says, hey, this data is available now. And then the SvelteKit app, probably via like WebSockets or something on the front end, will then decide, okay, we'll show the data now that it exists in the store. I like that idea, Keysore. So show last updated. For each channel. So when was the metadata for that channel last refreshed? So message queue. So the separate service that receives requests for caching. This service calls YouTube API, updates cache. And then the SvelteKit app can put messages into the queue requesting caching, something like this. We'll have to figure out what I actually mean by that, but something like this is what we're going to need. And then, yeah, so that's another feature we talked about where, let's say, because right now the cache only updates every 24 hours, but let's say you know that this channel just published a video and you don't see it in the list, there can be a button here that says refresh, and that will pull all the metadata for that specific channel. And that's like on demand by user. But again, we want that to be centralized so that like if two users both click refresh at the same time, we're not doubling the work. When any user clicks refresh, we put a message into the queue, or we check to see if there's already a pending request for that cache data. But there should be a button on the channel to channel cache refresh button. And we'll figure out the details of it, but we might say something like you can only click this button every 10 minutes, right? So if one person has already clicked it 10 minutes ago, you're not going to be able to click it again unless you, I don't know, sign up for the premium account or something like that. Yeah. About looping through the video of the same list. Yeah, I like that. So ultimately, a lot of these playback controls are kind of what we want. But yeah, on video end, play next video. And then we will also loop back to beginning if we reach the end. I like that. Yeah. WebSockets is a nightmare. We'll figure it out. I've done WebSockets before. I think the tricky part probably is the aspect of like, is it running on the server versus running on the client? And yeah, I'll have to, there's so much that I don't know right now. I don't know exactly how to architect this because my thought is, well, yeah, well, no, yeah, again, there's so much to consider because if we want to server render these pages that have like, because right now this page is actually, well, it's not server rendered. We actually do return a promise. Like it returns a promise of these videos and then responds over the network with those videos. But it might be that there are certain things that are requested server side, but then client side, we're actually connecting to a WebSocket server, and the backend server never connects to that WebSocket server. Yeah, so something like RabbitMQ or Apache Kafka could work. But yeah, I've never used those systems before though, so there's some things I'd have to figure out. Okay. Probably just merge this. Not right now, but yeah, this just did some refactoring of the auth buttons, which is fine. I think I can close this. Yeah, because we're not doing this anymore. That'd be good to know. So I mean, ultimately, so these are like lists of features that we want to do, but then there's also like architecture we need to figure out. So we need to figure out message queues, and we have a lot of options. Like, I mean, if we could do Redis pub sub, that's probably the way to go then. What's up, Arias? welcome in. Because we're already using Redis. Otherwise, we'd have to look into RabbitMQ or Apache Kafka. So like if we used Supabase, we could use events. I don't know anything about that. Do they have a separate eventing system? Synchronize and broadcast events. Sync client state globally over WebSockets in real time. It's not exactly what I want here. Listen to changes in database inserts, updates, and deletes. This isn't quite what I need. What I need is for backend services to communicate with each other. This is more so like your client side is synced over WebSockets. Again, I don't want to have the conversation now because it's going to be an entire conversation of architecture and like diagrams and like how do these systems communicate. Yeah, and honestly, maybe that's what I do a lot of on Wednesday. Like tomorrow, it's going to be all about features and these like implementing these features, and then Wednesday is figuring out the message queue architecture and how everything will fit together. Celery listens to your Redis. I'm not familiar with that. To run asynchronous tasks. I see. Yeah, the thing to consider here, though, which also affects how we implement things, is our SvelteKit app is going to be deployed to Vercel. So that's a serverless technology, which means the SvelteKit app is not long running, or like it's not a long running process. It spins up, it spins back down, which means we're going to need some other process or service that's always running in order to the one that does the caching and potentially the one that like alerts the client when data is available or something like that. Yeah, but the idea with WebSockets is like real-time data. So, I mean, Twitch chat and YouTube chat are an example of real-time data in that everyone on this Twitch chat webpage right now, when someone sends a message, everyone else will see that message without needing to refresh their page. And there's a lot of ways to implement that, but Twitch chat is working over IRC, which is exposed over WebSockets. And the idea there is there's code running in the web browser that is literally listening for new messages. And when you're on this web page, you actually have a persistent connection to the backend WebSocket server, and that server can just send messages that go immediately to you instead of the client having to request them. So that's what we mean by WebSockets, and that's how we get real-time communication. Yeah, using flags in Redis. I mean, this is more stuff that we can explore. So, explore. Redis has PubSub. And then you mentioned they have flags. This, like I said, I haven't used this stuff before, so that's probably close to what we need, but I'll have to look into it. Serverless means is misnomer the right term? Like, it doesn't actually mean there is no server. Serverless is a term used to describe an architecture where you can dynamically spin up servers to respond to requests, and then those servers will dynamically spin down when there are no requests as well. And typically, you're only paying for the server time that is used. So like they spin up for a few seconds, they spin back down, you only pay for the X amount of seconds that the service was running. That is serverless. Cool. Oh, no, I mean, no worries, Brilvio. I'll probably respond. Yeah. Yeah. Because, like Kisor is saying, the traditional way that the traditional way web pages work with HTTP is when you go to a web page, your browser makes a request, it receives a response, done. Like you go to a page, you make the request, receive the response, done. WebSockets is a persistent connection in that your browser connects to the server, and then like basically a pipe stays open between them so data can be sent in both directions. So you'd be exposing another endpoint besides Vercel or Svelte in order to listen to those changes? Yeah. Yes. Possibly. That's why I have to think about the architecture, because it's possible that this will be like an internal only service. But now that I'm thinking about it, I'm trying to think about like, well, all right, how is the client alerted that the data is now available and should be loaded if the SvelteKit app isn't long running? That's what I have to figure out. So yeah. And that's the other way to think about it as well, as the front end could just pull, right? The front end can pull a backend route to ask if the data is available from the cache. And that's probably what we could just use the Redis store for. Yeah, again, but Wednesday. We'll talk about this stuff on Wednesday. We have other things to do. Would I mind undoing all the changes and starting from the beginning? Yes, I would mind. But welcome in, Limo. It's good to see you. Yeah, polling just means we ask, is there new data? No. Is there new data? No. And so like it technically will work, but for true real-time data, it's a lot of extra requests and potentially more data, uses more data and is slower than an actual WebSocket connection. Possibly. Yeah. GunDB? Haven't heard of it, but again, we'll talk about that on Wednesday. Let's nail down any other features that we know are missing here. All right. Yeah, so I mean, this isn't a feature, but maybe I do this. The thing is, we can't deploy without a GDPR policy and a privacy policy. We got it. GDPR. Privacy policy. What's up, Octane? Welcome in. No one told me that my mic is making random noises. And I will fix that. We can't not use cookies, because even if you I think even if you're using like JSON web tokens, you're still technically like storing user information. Yeah, and also I guess terms of service. All right. Also, we need a logo. We never settled on a logo idea. Choose a logo. There's been a few ideas, and I think I settled on one of the ideas that was submitted. You definitely need a logo, even for MVP. Did we vote? Which one did we choose? I liked the one that didn't win. Which one did I like? This one. I still like this one. Yeah, we narrowed it down to Mark Boots and Amma Seals. I didn't like this one because this one reminded me too much of Slack. And this one is very unique. And I like the abstractedness of it, but also it's functional. Yeah, this is it. I think Mark Boots has done it. This is our logo. This has to be. This is it. Can I link to this comment? It kind of looks like an open book, but it's also an L, and it's like these other lines represent a list. No, I like this one. This just looks too much like Slack, and I don't think you can convince me otherwise. Like, I want something that looks unique. You know? Slack, the messaging service. A stack? No, a list? This looks like a list. This looks like... Look at this. Look at the Slack logo. Yeah, so we've been working on Listed a long time. You can see more info about it here, but it's an app that allows users to create, share, and watch lists of YouTube channels. So for example, I have this list called Good Mythical Morning Universe, and it is a list of all the channels in the, if you're familiar with Good Mythical Morning on YouTube. So we got Mythical Kitchen, their Ear Biscuits podcast, Rhett and Link. And so once you create a list with all these channels, now you get a feed that has videos only from those channels. And similarly, you could create a list of like JavaScript channels that you like to watch, and then you get a feed of only videos from those channels. This is the app. I guess it doesn't look that much like Slack. Maybe the colors reminded me of Slack. All right, we're in an ad break. Slack? Stack Overflow? I don't know. Is the logo that important? I think in order to deploy, we need a favicon, we need a landing page with an interesting logo. I do think that is MVP. Yeah. Oh, nice binary rainbow. Yeah, and I mean, if you look back at we worked on this app for like over a year, and then like we haven't touched it in 4 months, but I'm trying to get it into a mostly polished state right now. Yeah, so 10K requests is the default quota. I have had my quota increased because I've used the API to get YouTube chat messages. But yeah. But yeah, right now I still am I'm doing Coding Garden as my main thing right now. We didn't think about it that way, but it kind of is mobile first. The option to order by channel, not really sorting. I guess I still don't know what you mean by order by channel. Like, decide which ones show up in the list first? This had the most votes and won. Let's see. Oh, yeah, Mark Boots submitted a modified version of that. If you read his comment, he made the L slightly less tilted. Yeah, but again, I don't have to go by what won in the poll. It's my app. I'm the CEO, CTO, everything, so I get to make the choice. And the people are not always. I know everyone voted on that other logo, but I don't I like this logo better. We also, that's the other thing we have to figure out is where to deploy the database. We have a Postgres database, so that could go to Neon or Supabase. I don't know our deployment options for Redis. Yeah. If the list has multiple channels, sort most recent by channel as an example. Oh, I see what you mean. So instead of sorting fully by when the videos were posted, it's okay, but I think that's actually, if I follow, I think that's an interesting sort pattern because then you're guaranteed to see one video from each of those channels. Because if it's, yeah, so you have your list of channels, and then your list of videos is now going to have, let's say you have 5 videos in the list. Sorry, 5 channels in the list. Your search results are going to have 5 videos, 1 each from those channels, and then the next 5 videos, and then the next 5 videos. That makes it so that you get like a more balanced watching experience because now you're jumping between channels instead of just seeing like the latest published videos. Is that what you're saying? Because I think that's what you're saying. Yeah, okay. I'll write that down because I like that too. I don't think we could do Cloudflare. I mean, I guess they do have Cloudflare workers. But I don't know if you can deploy a dynamic backend SvelteKit app to that. Okay. But earlier about the logos, this is what I was saying is like, yeah, this was the post where we voted on them. Majority of people voted for this one. I mentioned I didn't like how this kind of like looks like an F. And then they redid it to look more like an L-ish, but I still don't like the dots. It's a little too abstract, too bubbly, I guess. And then this is the one that won. But then after that, Mark Boots mentioned, okay, this is that same one, but then slightly updated. Could we use AWS Beanstalk? We could. I'm pretty sure Beanstalk is like Heroku, if I'm remembering right. But it will be cheapest to just deploy to, and probably easiest to just deploy to Vercel. The tricky part is the whole queuing system and everything else. Yeah, it is the one that didn't win, but it's the one that I chose. Svelte adapter Cloudflare workers, fascinating. Yeah. All right, let's put that thing in the list, or put that thing in the sorting about show one video per channel in list at a time. I don't know how to describe this, but basically you have 5 channels. We want to see one video from each of those channels, then the next video from each of those channels. Now, sorting the channels themselves, I'm not going to add that to MVP. Just because we'd have to build out a whole UI for it. Like you would have like a drag and drop of like, all right, this channel goes first and this goes second and this goes third. And I don't want to implement that. I don't think that's MVP. But based on the order that you added them in, showing them one video from each channel at a time, show one video from each channel at a time. Like that. Okay. What else? Right to left support. Yeah, I don't think that's going to be MVP, but we want to do that eventually. Yeah, we really need to finish up the onboarding flow. And then also showing the user channels they're subscribed to would be useful, right? So if you are going to create a list, instead of searching for channels like across the entire across all of YouTube, it could be interesting to search across your subscribed videos. I don't know if that's MVP though. Yeah, and so this the America 2050 kind of answered this question, but basically because it's sorted by publish date of videos, you can see. Let's see. So Mythical Kitchen, Good Mythical More, Good Mythical Morning, Mythical Kitchen, Good Mythical More, Good Mythical Morning. You know what? They're super regular in their posting times, so that's why these are alternating. But you can see that Ear Biscuits is now in here as like the 9th video in the list. But if we were doing that type of sorting, then we would see Mythical Kitchen, Good Mythical More, Good Mythical Morning, Ear Biscuits, Rhett and Link, and then so on. But you can see Ear Biscuits was published 3 days ago, whereas these videos were published 13 hours or only a day ago. All right. We have creating a list. Isn't this done? A share button to share your list with people. We should definitely have a share button. The other thing is we want prettier URLs. Because right now we're using the list ID, and I want to use slugs. We worked on this early on, but we ran into some issues pretty early on. But slugs would be much nicer because if you just have like listed.tv/list/syntax-boys, then that'd be much easier to share. Yeah, we want slugs. And we'll have to figure that out because what we ran into is like, all right, are the slugs unique to the entire system? Are they unique to each user? We'll have to figure that out. No, I don't think we would need a URL shortener. Ultimately, like if we can get this, yeah, I think you saw that, but yeah, if we get the slugs working, then we don't need short URLs. My time has. What do you mean, Griffin? Oh, because you're. All right, wait, I see. There's a slug. I think you're right, America 2050. So we do like /username/list name, and then it's unique per user. And then when we're doing DB lookups, it's like a user can only the slugs will be unique per user, and if a user creates 2 lists that have the same name, then we'll start to increment them, but specific to that user. Right? Yeah. Right. Refactor forms use super forms. Any SvelteKit people in the chat still? Is super forms still the thing? I don't know if refactoring is MVP. It could make our lives easier. I'm gonna hold off on that one. Save and highlight watched videos. Yeah, again, this is like analytics. I don't think I'm gonna do that. Yeah. Cool. That's everything we have here. Let's just kind of like click around on the app and see if there's anything. Oh yeah, I just thought of one. When you go to the edit page, if I make changes and click back, it doesn't stop me. We should be nice about that. The list edit page, prevent navigation if unsaved changes. Also, disable update button if no changes. Superforms has that built in. Maybe we add Superforms in. We'll see though. What else? Yeah, we want to prevent that. Same thing on create page. Rewrite the whole thing? Nah. Yeah, because like here, if I start doing things and adding and creating, I can just click back and then we lose all of our changes. Okay. What else? We already have in the list pagination. We have all the different types of filtering. I guess now I can talk more about the back-end aspect in terms of like how videos are loaded and requested. But maybe I just save that for Wednesday, where we figure out the art, because everything else is going to stay the same. What changes is just like how the data is loaded, and yeah. But all of this other stuff, all of these other features have nothing to do with that. We could. What's up, YouTube viewer? Welcome in. We could I think honestly adding simple pagination is probably the way to go though. Because if we request all the data from the cache and then like do a like a take and a max count, that would give us like basic pagination. I'm gonna put this on here. Pagination. Do we have pagination? It is on here. Okay. We will. That'll be one of the features. Yeah. So lazy loading, pagination, and infinite scroll. That's all on there. All right. Is there anything else in the viewer UI? Like these links work. And timestamps work too. Let's actually look what this looks like in light mode. It's readable. I was trying to think of onboarding. Someone made a PR a while back. Filter by viewed. No, I decided that wasn't MVP. We're not going to do any sort of like view tracking or analytics. Not for MVP. But someone made a PR a while back and then just closed it because I took forever. I mean, I never got to actually reviewing it because they made quite a few updates and it was about onboarding. Let me see if I can find it. Because they implemented the entire onboarding and they might have even implemented settings during onboarding. This is the one. So let's see. Oh, did they add ENV validation? They did a lot of cool stuff in this PR, and then I never got around to it, and then they closed it, and I feel really bad. But yeah, Kubajiro helped a ton. I don't know if they probably, I don't think they watch anymore because I was taking so long doing other things, but they added some really cool changes here. And then specifically, yeah, they added the entire like onboarding form. Am I going to require sign-in to view a shared list, or can public shared list be viewed by anyone without an account? You can view, if the list is unlisted, so all of these right now, the permissions are unlisted, then that means anyone can view it, even if I'm not logged in. However, are we even locking down the edit page? Like, I don't think the edit would work. Yeah, edit page is at least protected because you can't even get to the edit page unless you're logged in. But right now, well, it was made so long ago. Like, let's see how long ago they made this. It won't merge. It won't automatic merge. A year ago, a literal year ago. I thought I was exaggerating when I said we've been working on this for a year. Man. Basic Google Analytics, I think, yeah, we should do something. I've heard of other things. That are like Google Analytics, but yeah, so some kind of analytics service. And then also potentially like error reporting. Maybe we can hook up Sentry. Google Ads? No, we're not going to be making any money from this. No, not initially anyways. Oh yeah, so that is actually one MVP thing I want to lock down is how many lists a user can create. So we're going to add limits. So X, so max number of lists per user, and then also max number of channels per list. So users can have no more than 20 lists, and then a list can't have more than, I don't know, 10 channels in it. Like, eventually, yeah, those will like be premium features, but I'm also limiting it because of my API quota. That's one of the main reasons I want to implement this. All right. Matomo, it's a Google Analytics alternative. Cool. Yeah, I'll have to do research into it. Honestly, all of this stuff might take us into Thursday, which I'm not opposed to. We're definitely still going to be doing Tri-Day Friday, but between now and Tri-Day Friday, it's up in the air. Would a list of lists make sense? Probably, right? So like if I have, yeah, some kind of like entertaining content that's not exactly the same, but it's in two separate lists, but for whatever reason, I want to combine those together for a watch experience, that probably makes sense. Is it MVP? No. Oh, this is what somebody asked earlier, though, is editing, well, fork an existing list. Eventually, we want to have list collaboration and also list request. So a user owns a list and they can say, oh, we'll allow these users to add to the list or be in control of it. But that would require a lot. The other thing we could do is request. So somebody else owns the list and then you find a channel you think would fit really well with that list. And so you can submit a request that says add this channel to the list. Again, that's a little bit too complex to do now. But if you find a list that you like and you want to add something to it, right now the easiest way is to just fork it. So you can create a copy on your account and then modify it from there. But this makes me think of other features. So we need a user profile a public user profile page. The public user profile page will show all of the public lists for that user. So if I go to /codinggarden, any list that is public will be displayed for people to see and click on. Actually, that makes me think we should have the ability to or favorite other people's lists. Because you'll have a section of like my lists and then another section of favorited lists. But that will be cool for metrics because we can take the most favorited lists and surface those like on the landing page. Allow users to toggle lists as private. Yeah, so that's currently an option. We need to add the actual limiting of not being able to see them if they're private. But right now you can set the privacy, the visibility of a list. We just have to make sure that we adhere to it. So like if all three of these, since they're unlisted, they would not be visible on my public profile. So yeah, the public user profile page, show public lists. And then we also want to add the ability to users can favorite a list. And we show favorited on user dashboard. Favorited. How do you spell favorite? Favorited? Is favorited not a word? Exporting, converting lists as a YouTube playlist. Oh. Eventually. That could be interesting though, right? Favorited is not a word? Well. But yeah, imagine you take this. I mean, the issue with exporting this to YouTube is that like it's a one-time thing, and so when someone posts a new video, it won't be in that list. But yeah, you could. I mean, YouTube also has limits on the number of videos that can be in a playlist. But you could imagine exporting this as a YouTube playlist of all the videos of a given channel. Can I collect favorited lists into a list of lists? Like, I see. Initially, no. Eventually, yes. Yeah, because you could imagine two different people create a maker list, and you like both of them, but they're separate, but you want to keep them grouped together. Yeah, I like that idea. We don't have any sort of like age restrictions here. I guess, do we need that? I guess technically some content on YouTube is like 18 plus. Huh. Are channels? I don't think channels are labeled as 18 plus though, just the videos, right? So that would be hard to do. Yeah. So yeah, eventually we want shareable public lists, but I don't trust people to have full open access to edit lists. Yeah, only the vids are 18 plus, not the channels. So that would be really hard to do because right now all of our lists are based on channels. Yeah. All right. Favorite a list. Show favorited lists on your dashboard. Fork an existing list. And then we have a public profile page. I guess when you favorite something, you should have the ability to say whether or not that is a public favorite. Because it would be cool if your favorites showed up on your profile too. I think it probably does, America 2050. The individual videos probably have some kind of metadata about 18 plus, or requires age verification, I think is what they call it. Huh. Yeah, probably so, Griffin. What is printables.com? They have videos? Oh, is it? Well, it's like a list of lists. I see what you're saying, like a collection of lists. Okay. I think this is all the stuff. How much time do we have left? Oh, we ran out of time. Let's just set a 15-minute timer and prioritize this list. So what are the things we want the most? And then also potentially move things out of this list that are not MVP. But Blue Soccer Ref is mentioning, not as an MVP, but for your own app, you could have metrics like most added channel, most like vid. Yeah, I mean, eventually we want that kind of thing, because we also want to do like suggestions, right? So if two different people make a list of makers, but one person didn't include makers that the other person's list does include, we could provide suggestions. So like on the list page itself, we could say, we recommend you add this channel based on other users. We recommend you should add this channel to your list. And that's another way to discover channels, because instead of like an algorithm just recommending them directly, this is purely based on user data of these channels typically appear together in lists. So we're going to recommend that you check that channel out. Yeah, you're completely right, America 2050. We need a landing page. Like features. Okay. That's definitely at the top of the list. So is adding an icon library. Message queuing is up there. This is like just a good UX that we want to have. Slugs we definitely want for sharing. This isn't exactly MVP. The last updated time for each channel. It's good. It's easy enough to add, so I'll leave. Actually, but I'm gonna put it at the bottom of like list page. Features. All right. And also channel cache refresh is going to be at the bottom of features. I agree. Onboarding should be moved up. Did we even do anything about onboarding here? We didn't. But user preferences. What else were we specifying? I guess that's where I got lost, as I was trying to look and see what did they add in the onboarding. Okay. Language and then theme. But there isn't anything right now. English is the only supported language, so there isn't really any other options that they're setting during onboarding. Yeah, what's up, CodeBrains? We took probably like over an hour break in the middle there, but yeah, we've been going a while. Yeah. Yeah, I'm going to move user preferences way down in priority. I do think a public, well, okay. List permissions and auth, it needs to go way up here. All right, slugs, definitely. Previous next, yes. Play the next video, yes. Infinite scroll, we're going to move that above playing the next video. List sorting and filtering. We'll prioritize this list, but ultimately I want to be able to sort by views, sort by newest and oldest, sort by likes, and random. Toggling channels, not high priority. The type of video is higher priority than setting and then toggling by duration. Yeah. Yeah. This is the priority of these within the list page. Cool. call this MVP. And rename this to MVP features. Cool. This is it. So tomorrow we're going live at the same time. And like I said, probably 30 minutes into stream, we're going to have Pablo on we're just going to pair. It's actually, we don't even have a plan yet. I'm probably going to talk to him tomorrow to see what he'd be comfortable doing. I think he also has a couple of open source Svelte libraries that we could potentially integrate. I don't know if they align with any of these features that we have on the list. The ones I changed back to these are on the, you're right, there. He probably has an icon library, yeah. For the limits, could you offer a preference to supply your own API key? No, because of how we're going to architect it. Based on our caching mechanism, all the data is shared across all users. At least that's how I'm thinking about it right now. I also think it is actually against YouTube's terms of service to allow users to provide API keys. There's something, I read that somewhere. I don't know the exact details of it. Yeah. Okay. But yeah, I think ultimately we might even, when we get Pablo in tomorrow, we might even just say, let's look at this list and decide what do you feel like working on, Pablo. The other thing is, I think I still want to do this. I don't know if we'll have time or enough people interested in it. After pairing with Pablo, it could be fun to pair with noobs as well. So people that are like fairly new to SvelteKit or fairly new to JavaScript. And that would be an interesting contrast tomorrow if you see me pairing with like an expert and then after that pairing with a complete total noob. Let's see if anybody else responded in the thread. Oh, nice. Ched is watching the coding garden from the garden. That's awesome. Yeah, so Jules is the only person that has responded. We'll see. Honestly, we'll see how I'm feeling tomorrow after pairing with Pablo. If I think it'll be interesting enough to pair with a noob. So if you're interested in pairing with me tomorrow, sometime after I pair with Pablo, join the Discord, send a message in this thread. Ultimately, you need to have a working camera and a working microphone and a decent internet connection. And you can pair with me live on stream. I'm probably going to suggest that you're at least a subscriber and you've been following for a while. So we don't get anybody that's completely random. But if you're interested in that, send a message in this thread. And tomorrow after Pablo leaves the stream, we'll see who's here and who's interested. Nice. Fob, you're not that much of a noob. But it could be fun to pair with mods too, though, because that's another aspect. All right. Okay, I'm gonna get out of here. This was fun. This was a long one, the longest stream in a long time. And tomorrow's gonna be another long one, and Wednesday, and maybe we even stream again on Thursday. But we're gonna do everything we can to get stuff going. Yeah, I'm ending it early. America 2015. We've got our list, so I'm gonna push this up to main, the list of features. But these are the things we'll be basically when we get these things done. And we might even pull a few of these off if we don't think they're MVP. When we get all of that done, we're ready to deploy. We're ready to launch the app. I'm back, baby. I mean, I've been streaming. LISTD is back, I guess. I don't think we're going to update to Svelte 5. Cool, but keep an eye on the schedule. I'll be live tomorrow again at the same time and the day after that, and maybe the day after that. If you're watching on Twitch, definitely go follow on YouTube if you haven't yet. Also, check me out on Twitter. And join the mailing list if you would like go live notifications. Same thing over on YouTube. If you're not following on Twitch, I'd love for you to follow over here. Also check me out on Twitter. And again, check the schedule. And if you're interested in joining and pairing, check out the Discord as well. It's a thread in the general channel. All right, we're going to go on a raid. Here are the raid messages. If you are a sub, you can use this raid message. If you are not a sub, you could use this raid message. You can also come up with your own raid message. Let's go. Wherever you are in the world, have a wonderful morning, afternoon, evening, or night. And until tomorrow, here's this.